So, Wade, I've been eyeing this machine for the last couple of days, and I'd love for you, I think I'm ready to make a purchase, but I'd love to know a little bit more about it from the voice of Okuma himself, please.
Absolutely. Double column construction, thermal friendly concept, so the most thermally stable machine that you're going to find in this size of platform. 44 horsepower, big plus spindle, lots of power, die mold package to do all the super fine finishing die mold work. Take a look at the piece of jewelry that's sitting on the table. Amazing technology, automation. It's a really amazing piece of technology.
Can we take a look under the hood and check it out?
Absolutely. All we need is a purchase order from you right now. You ready for that?
Don't rush me.
So one thing you should notice on every Okuma, as you go through this, look inside, you don't see cast iron. We line all the insides of our machines, so hot chips, cold coolant, things like that don't affect the thermal stability of our machine tools. All the motion system that's mounted to the cast iron doesn't get affected by the thermal that's taking place from the machining standpoint. All of the axes are fully supported. This double column construction, we don't have massive throat depth from overhanging spindles. So really unique technologies. A whole new career for you right here.
I'm going to take some time to think about it. I do like what I'm seeing. I have your card. We'll be in touch. Thank you so much. But now I have a show to do, so I'll get back to you. My people, your people. We'll talk.
Have your people call my people.
We'll work it out. Thank you, sir. Making deals at IMTS 2022. I am into the tech. I've been bitten by the bug, and I love it. I am Mary. I am your host of the Creators Lounge, IMTS 2022. Thank you so much for joining us. We are so excited for day 5. I'm going to summon the influencers. We're going to get to our daily recap. Calling all influencers. Maybe. Is there? No one's in the machine. We're in the Creators Lounge. Come join us. Calling all influencers to the Creators Lounge. IMTS 2022 day 5. Let's go. Mary here at the Creators Lounge. I'm still processing my purchase of Okuma. I think I'm ready, but I'm not ready yet, and I think I need the help of my influencers in the Creators Lounge. James, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm pretty great. I think I might be purchasing a machine from Okuma.
What?
Yeah, I've been bitten by the tech bug, and as a storyteller, as a hashtag We Are All Creators, I am feeling the buzz from IMTS 2022. I've been here for 5 days, and I'm feeling so inspired by the influencers that we've been speaking with, and I think no time like the present, right? Like, creativity lives at the edge of your comfort zone. So I think I'm ready to take the leap. What do you think?
I think so if you want to get some attention, I think you just go in and say, I'll take one of everything.
Well, no, one of the only floor models that hasn't been sold yet. I think she's mine over there. I think I'm gonna join Mitch Free and get my own bouncing baby Okuma.
Oh, you're gonna get your Akuna Matata? Or your bouncing baby
Hey, wait a second.
Okuma?
I'm the comedian. I'm the host. Don't come from my job, James.
Well, I just want to make sure you get the right thing.
And I appreciate that.
What would you make? What would be the first thing that you would make?
Whatever I want.
Okay.
What would you make?
I would make something that would be fun to play with. That would be my kids could use.
Nice.
And would keep them occupied. Like a top.
Like a top. I
Yes.
love that.
Yes.
You know what? This is ridiculous. I can see my own reflection over you. I don't like it. I'm coming in.
What are you doing out there?
I'm coming in. I don't know. I'm so excited. I'm between worlds, between the Creators Lounge and Okuma, and I don't know. I'm coming in.
Okay, here we go.
Good morning, brilliant people.
Long time no see.
Long time no see. So excited for day 5. We have some of our fantastic influencer friends, Mitch Free of ZYCI, Meaghan Ziemba of Mavens of Manufacturing, and James Soto of Industrial Strength Marketing, and our own baby, Industrial Studios.
Woo!
Wow. So excited to be here. Good morning, day 5.
Good morning,
How-
day 5. This week has flown by.
It's felt like so fast, and it's also felt like 3 weeks in one. Like every day has been saturated with so many nutrient-rich moments. Yeah. How are you feeling this morning, Mitch?
Other than a little sore legs and feet, I feel amazing.
Yeah.
How about you?
I think about this. I'm excited. I'm invigorated. My calves are so tight. But you know what? What a great problem to have, because I've been walking the floor, facilitating stories, telling stories, listening to stories.
No
So-
problem getting in the steps.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think I'm approaching 20,000 steps a day.
I stopped
Wow.
wearing my Fitbit because I kind of didn't want to know anymore, but I was like, I've been hitting like 3,000 steps before like 11.
Nice.
Meaghan.
Hi.
Hi, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. How are you, girl?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. James.
What's up, girl?
How you doing?
I'm waiting for him to bust out some disco moves.
Yes.
I know. I'm unapologetically a lover of disco.
I love it too.
For real.
No,
like,
my
like,
mom
for
apologized.
real.
No.
Like, yeah.
So,
There's no shame.
No
but-
shame.
So you want to announce the next edition for, a planned
Yeah.
edition? For
I
the-
suggested that we either need a light bulb, like one of those circular lights, or a
Stop.
disco ball.
Listen, you are hashtag We Are All Creators. I've gathered the influencers. We're here. We're ready to go. We'll be starting our Influencer Insight soon. Don't go anywhere. Stay on the YouTube channel, IMTS. We're streaming all day. Share your thoughts. I am so rude. Good morning. I'm so glad you've been with us the whole time from the comfort of your cozy slippers. I hope your feet don't hurt. I hope you have your favorite animal companion of your choice with you, sitting in your lap, sitting on your laptop, your assistant, your office assistant, really. So thank you so much. Good morning. We'll be coming to you live with our influencers soon for Daily Insights. Well, good morning. Please come on in. We have plenty of seats for you. I am here with our influencers for our daily, our rally, our morning rally, if you will. Mitch Free of ZYCI, Meaghan Ziemba of Mavens in Manufacturing, James Soto of Industrial Strength Marketing and Industrial Studios, and your host, the Mistress of Mischief, Mary. I love that moniker. I got that moniker at dinner, and I'm running with it. So
it's for real.
it really is. I'm so glad you're here. So, friends, day 5. Wow, 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 wow.
Wow.
That was great.
I'm excited.
We've noticed
I'm ready to
something
go.
fun that
Let's do this.
So I'd love to start with give you an opportunity. Are there any stories from yesterday? Any moments that we missed that you want to share? Anything from day 4?
No, I mean, I was excited with Andrew, so that was like my whole day right there.
He's amazing.
He is really amazing.
Like he's so powerful. His intentionality, his passion, his expertise, those intangibles that make a great innovator and industrial creator. He's got them.
He's a force to be
nines.
reckoned with, for sure.
So if you're listening in, Andrew Crow, for those don't know, is
he is the Andrew. I think this part is funny because he's like, I'm Andrew the MFG Crow, which MFG can stand for something else.
It
and the
has
kids
a-
get that.
Believe me, I know.
The kids know that. But he's the leader of the new
We'll save that for another conversation.
He's the leader for the new American manufacturing renaissance. So his mission is to attract the next generation to engineering and manufacturing. So if people aren't there following him, you need to look him up and follow him.
And passion is a magnet, right?
Yeah.
Like attracts like.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Winners attract winners.
Yeah.
and chicken dinners.
And speaking of MFGs, Mitch, you have you have a little something to say about that.
Yeah, one of my prior businesses was mfg.com, and you can only imagine the things that we heard.
Oh, Lordy May.
But I finally said, no, it's Mitch Free Group.
Wow.
It's
We've known each other a long time. I've never heard that one.
the details.
Your escape hatch.
The devil's in the details. Those are very important. So we have the cameras while we're at IMTS 2022, but the party doesn't stop when the cameras stop rolling. So hi, good morning.
Hello.
Love
yes,
yeah.
those are future engineers.
Yay.
Please.
Yay.
Yes.
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, there's the future right there.
I'll do a proverbial mic drop for you, but not actually drop
gosh.
the mic.
It makes us so happy to see you guys here.
Yeah.
Manufacturing's amazing.
Please
Have you
join.
met Meaghan? Mavens of
Hi.
Manufacturing. She's got an amazing
Yep,
show,
they're our
podcast.
future-
She advocates for women.
There are future Mavens, so yes, please join. We need more women. Mavens in manufacturing. So I highlight all of the women in the sector. So if you want to know who some of the most amazing women are in the sector, follow that podcast and I can introduce you to any of them. So if you're looking for a mentor, I can
Yeah,
hook you
we're
up.
not playing
Yeah.
around about the innovation and
not.
connections.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay.
And if you need references, we got you.
Yes, look what curiosity brings you.
See, there you
Yeah.
Cheers to you guys.
Come by and say hi to Meaghan. We're gonna wrap up in probably less than half an hour, and you guys can just talk and
Awesome. Come
show
see
you
me.
around.
And that's why we have the couches. So when your feet need a break, have a seat.
Come on down.
Aw,
oh,
I love
yeah.
this.
Let's do this.
We're start. Yes,
Oh,
please do.
All right,
you.
we'll see you in a little bit.
I love that. Starting day 5 strong IMTS 2022. So wow, look at these wonderful moments.
I'm gonna tear up a little bit.
I know, right?
I'm
there's
serious.
something
Like,
really
that's what
magical
we
that
do-
happens when you allow yourself to be present. In improvisation, everything focuses on the gift of now. One of my mentors, David Rosowski, has a phrase: "We are the Santas of Now Town. Receive the gifts of now." Also, I love that David Rosowski. Love you. Okay. Oh my gosh. Back to 1. Here we are. So. Cameras never stop rolling. Action never stops happening. Do you have any highlight stories from your evening networking, connecting from this week at IMTS After Dark?
I went to a very cool dinner event hosted by Lindex Nicken last night. And it was a barbecue, bourbon, and beer pairing.
Stop.
It was so interesting. And each piece of barbecue they brought out had a story.
And Chicago's all about barbecue. Like that's
So it was a really cool, and lots of great people that were there, just having fun, talking shop. And
Was there
being
any?
lighthearted.
I know because I've had some amazing after dark, after hours conversations and connections with people. Any particular moment or conversation? Any wow moment? I've had so many wow moments of like, oh my gosh, that just happened. That was so cool. Any of those?
Yeah,
for
well, one of the
you?
things that I met a gentleman named Joe with Lindex Nicken that he's their video content, just producing content full time. And it was interesting to see how serious they're taking content production, that they actually have. You know, they're a tooling manufacturer, right? Sexy to me, not to everyone, but they make tooling, and they have full-time people just generating YouTube content and other content. And I think it's great that they made that investment.
I think it's so important. I mean, the industry, especially the infotainment industry, is really transitioning as a hybrid from in-person and online.
Yeah.
And it's something that's new. And I think it's so important and so exciting to be cresting that wave and be on the leading edge, because that is where transformation happens. So it's so exciting that people are embracing that. We're embracing that at the Creators Lounge.
Yeah.
Hashtag IMTS 2022. Hashtag we are all creators. Meaghan, Ziemba, any highlights for you from IMTS After Dark?
Yeah, so I've been to a couple places here in Chicago that have been great. My favorite place was Reggie's. It's kind of a punk rock metal bar, but they play all different kinds of music. So one minute you're listening to the twangiest country song ever, and the next minute it's like death metal. So they're real popular for serving Malort, which not too many people are a fan of.
Oh,
I personally think it tastes like grapefruit, and people tell me that I'm crazy for thinking that, but I think it tastes like grapefruit. But Chris,
What is this?
it's called Reggie's. It's a bar.
Well, no,
the drink,
Malort.
it's Malort.
Yeah.
It's like a Swedish liqueur or something.
So if I could describe Malort, and I'm so sorry, Chicago, everyone likes their own thing. Imagine you just went for a run, and then you squeeze out your socks into some pickle juice. You pour it in a shot glass. To me, that's what it tastes like.
Oh my!
See, and I thought it tasted like grapefruit.
And that's
So it's a
fine. And to
different
each their own. Even our taste buds are creators and innovators. It's an acquired taste. I kind of think it's kind of like Malort is to Chicago what Vegemite is to Australia, right? Like good.
Chris Lukey described it as everybody has their schnapps, but Malort is like the schnapps from hell or something like that.
See, again, it's emotionally charged conversation.
Right.
Mitch, honestly, I feel like you're okay without
I don't
it.
think I need to try it.
Yeah, I think you're, especially following your amazing like bourbon and beer pairing.
Yeah.
You don't
That
want to
sounds
go.
amazing.
You don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I would advise you as your friend.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I also went to Purple Pig,
Purple Pig's great.
but there was a mistake in the name when I was first told about it. Someone told me that it was Purple Cake. So I was real excited and a little disappointed when I found out it wasn't cake.
There is a difference.
There is a difference. I mean, the pig was still good. Like, I ate the pork belly, but I was really looking forward
But when your
to
palate is ready for one thing and
For
you get the
cake,
other
yeah.
thing. But you know what? You're an improviser. You're an innovator. You
Yep.
say yes to the gift of the now.
Right, exactly.
Amazing. James, any highlights for you? IMTS After Dark?
After dark, oh my goodness.
Keep
You know,
it PG. Keep
it's
it
ju-
PG-13.
I got caught. It's Hispanic Heritage Month
Yes,
here in
it
Chicago.
is.
And I was driving back from a great dinner with our team, with the crew, and we went to Cortino's, which is, so if you're listening, if you're watching or listening in, like Cortino's, it's like tapas but like Italian style. Really great dinner. So check it out there. But coming back, all of a sudden, I got caught I was literally on the parade route of all the cars.
Well, you are a parade yourself. So
Well,
that when parades collide.
It was crazy. And so you see all these flags from all these countries and Mexican flags honking and horning. Like
Honking
in my
and
ear.
horning.
In my ear. Hey, well, I'm Puerto Rican, so there's Puerto Rican. There's Puerto Rican Day, and they have one here, and they have the Puerto Rican Day parade in New York. And it's just blaring, and then people are shooting fireworks out of their vehicles.
I'm aware. I live up in that neighborhood. It's a yeah.
Look, I'm Latino, and I was like, whoa, like okay, I'm good with the horns now. So I literally got caught up in a parade. The energy in Chicago is fantastic.
Yeah.
And after hours, great food. The city's alive, and there's just so much happening here.
Yeah.
It's just a wonderful time, and just the evening events, like
So fun.
everyone's going
Hi,
out and having a
Jacob.
good time. It's great.
I have a story too. 2 days ago, we had a wonderful dinner at Hampton Social. Really great spot. So we were wrapping up the dinner, and I've been very well behaved. Like when the dinners are done, I make sure I go home to rest the moneymaker and take care of myself, have an Epsom salt soak for my feet, do the things. And so everyone else had left from our industrial strength marketing crew. We were celebrating Industrial Studios. It was a lovely dinner, meeting new friends, and I was drinking some water, waiting for my lift. And this was the day when I did the Fabian with the big cutout of his head at the EOS booth.
This one back there.
And so a big crew of about 10 EOS people come in, and I'm not paying attention. I'm getting my lift. One of them comes over, and they recognize me. I was like, I don't really disappear into a crowd. And he was like, oh my gosh, you're Mary from the Creators Lounge. That was so funny today. Come join us. Lift
Super
canceled.
cool.
And it was so fun, and I made amazing connections. He's his name, I don't know, but so it was just such a great time, and it opened up I call it like the creative tribe. Opened up a whole new network of people, and then when I went over to the bar to close my tab, I met someone else, and so just business cards and great conversations and connections. So even when I tried to leave. And yeah,
You got pulled back
I got pulled in, and then I practiced my philosophy of accept the gift of the now. So if you were about to give me a gift, I wouldn't say no. I'd say thank you. Like, thank you
Right.
for this gift. I take this moment because that's where creativity and ingenuity comes from.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a very open and welcoming industry, as you experienced, and
I'm in love. I'm going to buy an Okuma.
Yeah,
I'm
and,
going
and,
to buy
and
a
I
machine.
love that because one of the things you'll notice, like people are selling machines and they're all competing, but they're kind of competing. People work together. People help each other, and I think that's one of the things that I really like about the manufacturing industry is yeah, we're all out there competing, but we also support each other and root each other on and try to lift each other up because we know a rising tide lifts all boats.
It kind of feels like the Olympics in a way. Like that's one of my favorite things about the Olympics is
Yeah.
watching all the stories of the athletes, how they rose to where they are, what they overcame, their stories, because we're
Right.
storytellers. So it really feels that way. Like we are all champions of our own industrial strengths. And then we're sharing our skills, rubbing off on each other. Like I've learned so much just from you. We talked about this off camera. I've learned so much from you in the past couple days. And then my skill, I was
And
just
vice
teaching,
versa.
Yeah.
You have taught me about being open to the camera.
This symbiotic relationship of receiving and the joy transaction. It's just so fantastic.
Well, I think you brought up an interesting point too, Mitch. Like, there's a shift going on in this sector where a lot of people wanted to hold their best kept secrets close to their heart and not want to share them. But I feel like a lot of companies who were like tough competitors with each other, they're not really competing. It's all about their brand narrative. So they know that they have their customers who are going to keep coming back. But if someone is having a hard time finding a part for something that they need to make something, everybody seems to pull together and try to find that part for that one company. So it's really cool to see that shift happening.
It's like co-opetition.
Ooh, I was trying to think of something.
And
Co-opetition. Yes.
That's
great.
Yeah, we see that a lot, and the myth is that there's some penalty to be realized by giving up the good stuff.
Right.
But that's exactly what the world has changed. You have to give up the good stuff because you think what you have may be fully proprietary and like a unassailable value proposition, which they're out there, but ultimately you've got to let people know these things,
And-
because there's no need to keep it inside, and it's been a very open environment here, and that's the whole point. Like, give up the good stuff.
I feel like
that's what we're here for.
When you give up the good stuff, you get the good stuff. When you play nice in the sandbox, people want to share their toys with you, right? Like, no, and again, in my industry is like, no one wants to work with a jerk. I tell that to all of my students: is be early, be ready, be someone that most of my favorite opportunities I haven't gotten through my agent. I've gotten through word of mouth recommendations. So when you give, you get.
Right.
I spent about 10 years working at senior positions in the airline industry, and so many fun facts in technical operations. All the technical behind the scenes. And one of the things that I was fascinated when I went to work there was the cooperation, right? Airlines are competing to sell seats, but behind the scenes and the tech ops side of things, if we needed a part from an airplane, every airline was helping us find it. And if they had an extra one, they would give it to us, loan it to us, because what matters? Safety, right?
Yeah.
Right? And so when you think about the technical operations of operating aircraft, if someone needs something, or they need advice, or they need a camera to go inside of an engine and check it, whether it was American or Delta or whoever, they're over there helping you. And to me, that was just a great example. And that's kind of what goes on in the manufacturing industry as well. Behind the scenes of what people would see on the front of competition, is behind it is people working together.
And it's so fun to be able to have this creators lounge. I've been saying we are highlighting the humans of the machines, right? We're flipping it on its head.
As David Modig did.
Exactly. So I love that. So today, day 5. What are you particularly psyched out of your mind about for today?
So
What's going on? Dish the dirt.
So I'm interviewing a few people today. I have Mike Buckley coming up. He's part of 3D SolidWorks and Dassault Systems. He has his own podcast. I got introduced to them and interviewed like some of their SolidWorks champions who use their platform. I'm also interviewing Greg, who's from the Student Summit. So he's going to come up here and talk about their numbers this year and
awesome.
what they've been doing and what are some of their plans for attracting the next generation. Unfortunately, Crystal's not going to be able.
Attracting the next generation is working because they just came right up here. That's
awesome.
So cool.
I'm looking forward to that. And then unfortunately, Crystal couldn't be here because she got sick. So I am pulling Allie G, and she's the second half of Automation Ladies. So I interviewed Nikki Gonzalez earlier in the week, and she's just going to be talking about how she built up her following because she has over 40,000 followers on LinkedIn.
I want to listen in.
She shows what she does in the field. She's a integrated system programmer. She does everything from machine operations. I think she mentioned that she was in food packaging right now, but she's just an overall badass. And I'm sorry if I'm cussing, but that's what she is. There's no other word to describe
facts
it.
are facts are
Right.
facts.
Oh, like it is.
It is what it is.
I'm glad she's a badass and not an MFG.
Right.
Oh,
Well, she's an MFG.
Mitch
Well, she's
regroup.
an MFG.
I know.
Mitch regroup.
I was calling. It's called in the comedy business. We call that reincorporation or a tagline. Look at all the learning.
You're being
Yay.
so strategic and scientifically funny.
She's awesome.
What can I say? You hired the best, James.
Best hire ever.
La, 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 la.
Not my idea. It was Jim.
It's
Olin.
true. Jim Olin, who's in the back with our
Holla.
amazing tech crew. We love you.
He is the creator.
Mitch, what's going on? You were already. Both of you were already on the main stage this morning.
We were on
We
the
were.
main stage.
I was your cheerleader. I wanted to like holler, and I was like, I'm not at a sporting event, but I was there. Like, you did so good.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
it's already an amazing day, and we're just getting started.
Already started. Yeah, we did a great interview on the main stage with lots of cameras, lights, and attention, helping highlight great stories in manufacturing and tell the story to the world of why they should be excited and be involved.
Talked about the Creators Lounge. I got my makeup done, which was
No,
weird.
I mean, you are beautiful, but makeup is just like the icing on the cake.
It
Cake
was
is delicious,
fun.
and then you add icing, and you're like, yum yum.
Yeah. So today I have got a couple of great interviews. I'll get to it in a moment. Then I want to spend some time. I want to go over to the MSC booth. They're really integrated. Integrative. They are integrating, but innovative company.
Ooh, both and.
And I'm actually the new host of their Tooling Up series for season 2.
Yes, you are. Season 2 coming out soon.
Season 2 coming up.
Tooling up
From MSC. So I'm going to go over to MSC and spend some time with the innovative crew over there. I want to check out some CMM software from Metrologic that I've been wanting to take a look and get a demo of. And so got some cool stuff there. I'm going to interview John McCullough from Kubotech Cosmos. And I think you're going to find that fascinating with some of the tools they've developed for some software tools. And they've got a toolkit. And then Greg from KGK International, who is really a leader in machine tool sales, and importing some things from other countries that we've just not seen before. So we're gonna, I don't want to steal his thunder, but we're going to dive into that.
One of the things that I love, just as I noticed as we were getting ready to film this segment, the amount of languages that passed by my ears.
Yeah.
Like the international quality of this gathering of all of us.
Do you know what the I in IMTS stands for?
I do, but you should tell me.
She just said it, I think.
I did.
International.
International. Love it. We're doing great. I love it. International. See, wait, no. Okay. I mean, Mitch, don't take too much of my comedy. I love it. I love it. James, quickly.
Yeah,
'Cause I have a producer in my ear.
Yeah, super excited. We have SW, we have Travis Egan with AMT. He's the money man behind all of this.
The money man.
And that's really good. And we have Brent Holden, president of Heimer. We're so excited to have that. And Tony Schmidt with America's Cutting Edge Ace.
I
Ace in the
love
hole
all
on the
of
day.
this.
It's
I'm
good.
so
Great.
excited for all of this. We're off to an amazing start. I loved hearing the After Dark conversation because the action never stops on innovation. Ooh.
Ooh.
That's
you are just full of them. I love it.
It's so funny. Someone was like, "Are you writing these things down?" And I was like, "Sometimes I do, but mostly I just talk my feelings and thoughts." And that's improvisation. Anywho, so we are very excited. Meaghan, you're not allowed to go anywhere. You have to.
I know.
Mate, you can take a potty break if you need. But Meaghan Ziemba is going to be influencing. See, look what you, Mitch. I'm going to blame it on you. I was going to be interviewing Mike Buckley of 3D Experience Works.
Yep.
I'm really excited. I'm expecting a full book report of your time on the floor. You too. You can submit it online. And speaking of online,
like a little kid.
Speaking of online, thank you so much for joining us on the IMTS YouTube. We are here all day, live streaming. Thank you so much for being with us. IMTS 2022. Please join our conversation. Hashtag We Are All Creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022. We are so happy to be here with you.
place go boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom.
Good morning, IMTS 2022. Welcome back. I am Meaghan Ziemba, host of Mavens of Manufacturing, and I am sitting in the Creators Lounge booth at 338-600 with Mike Buckley today. How are you doing, Mike?
Good. How about you?
Good. So can you let us know who you are and where you work?
Yeah, so my name is Mike Buckley. I work for Dassault Systems. Most people know the brand here as SolidWorks. So
Yep.
I work on the manufacturing side for Mainstream, helping SolidWorks customers get the most out of what they can do for manufacturing.
Okay, so for those who don't know who SolidWorks
Yep.
are, because we are in a live audience, can you
Yep.
kind of explain what that platform is and what it's used for?
Yeah, so back in the day, way a long time ago, right? SolidWorks was the CAD engineering software that sat on everyone's desktop. Today, people do more than just CAD, right? So we now
Right.
have 3D Experience Platform, which allows any CAD system to put their data in there, and then we can use it downstream. Think of like apps on your phone, right? You take
Yeah.
a picture, and then every app knows how to use that picture. That's what the
Right.
3D Experience Platform does.
Okay.
So.
And then one of the things that I was really interested with you, because we met a long time ago, like last
Yep.
year sometime, and you invited me on your podcast, Manufacturing Live. Wow, my
Yep.
Wisconsin accent really came out there. Podcast. Sorry about that. But you invited me to come on there, and then I got connected with the 3D Experience World. So I'll ask some questions about that later. But
Yep.
your Manufacturing Live podcast, what inspired you to start that, and what gap were you trying to fill by creating that series?
Yeah, so it's been sort of an evolution. Before I worked for software stuff, I ran different companies, right? I ran recycling company, we manufacture stuff. I ran an aerospace machine shop back in the day. And what was always interesting to me is if you want to find new technology, you're going to talk to a vendor. Well, the vendor is going to give you the technology and the light to, guess what, sell their product, right? And so when I got on this side of the fence, we start talking about it, it's like there's not really a method to just have a general discussion, right? Like everybody goes
Right.
out and they sit at a bar, especially this week apparently. They sit at a bar and they chat about all these problems and they think they have all these ideas and it's not product focused. So
Okay.
we started the idea of like, let's just have a discussion. Like, let's remove the product placement from everything and let's just share knowledge we have, because there's an amazing group of people that love talking about products. So that's really what kicked off Manufacturing Live is, our discussion, thought leadership, how do we get the next generation excited? And if I am a young person, I want to know about manufacturing, like what is the possibility? What are the challenges? Getting people to really think about how we make the world a better place.
So who have been some of your memorable guests that you've had on the show?
You, of course.
Oh, I did not pay him to say that.
Well, I mean, that kicked off a whole discussion that we actually go through now. And when we ask all these people, it's like, what are you going to do? How are you going to make the next generation? Like, it really created a touch point that we have with everyone now. But, the folks from Metal Quest, we've had Titan on there. We brought in some of our own people, that have spent 20 plus years in the industry. So we go try to find people that, one, can talk, right? Because that's a challenge. And then number two, have interesting backgrounds or experience. We don't want a bunch of people saying the same thing. We want people that are from different industries. So that's really how it started. But there's some key ones in there, and I can't forget Jeff, our friend. That's out of Detroit, because he started some really good initiatives like school bus, like busing people to their facility and like helping companies start out and with new ideas. So
Yeah. One of the favorite things that I like doing for you when you guys reached out to me is the SolidWorks Champions. So you reached out to me right before the 3D Experience World. Unfortunately, that got canceled because COVID is a terrible freaking thing. And I was able to interview 4 women who are some of your SolidWorks champions. So do you want to explain what that is and why you started that?
Yeah, so the user champions is really, bringing awareness to people that go above and beyond the extra mile. Normally, I hate to say it, if you're an engineer, you don't really get much cool publicity to interact and like tell your story, right? So part of the user champions is for us to identify people that like really are making a difference and then elevate them and put them with another group of people that, they can collaborate, they can communicate, they can talk about their challenges, because it takes all of us to succeed, right? So having you work with them is just another way to elevate and make a bigger group of people all trying to solve the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's a great theme that we are hearing over and over again here, especially at IMTS 2022, is that collaboration, and it's going to take a village for us to close these skills gap and reskill our current generation who is already employed, to get people really excited and like proud again about U.S. manufacturing. So in terms of like things that you have coming up, what are you looking forward to, and what are some of the plans that you want to take on?
Yeah, so I mean, we have lots of trade shows, right? I mean, after this, we have FabTech coming up and some of those. But our big event that we're planning for, have been for a few months now, is 3D Experience World next February, I think 12th through the 15th.
I was so disappointed when that got canceled because I was really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I was a little bummed about that too, because you spend a year planning, trying to have a good show, and then like right before, it's like, well, so you come up with Plan B. So This time it'll be in Nashville. Everything looks good. Yeah, it'll be fun. We're actually going to have a 70 by 110 foot area dedicated, just for manufacturing, just for explaining to people how the world is going to work. We're going to have some CNC 101, we're going to have some robotics 101, and then we're going to be making some really cool parts. We're focused right now, we're going to make belt buckles because we're in Nashville, so we're going to machine.
What a great idea.
Yeah. We're gonna work on engraving beer glasses on a DN mill turn.
Another great idea.
Yeah.
Are you going to have barbecue?
There might be barbecue. I can tell you that we're also working on a
country band.
Yeah, there might be. We have a pretty good Tuesday night event that we generally do every year. We are working on a bartending cobot for coffee.
Okay. Awesome.
Maybe some alcohol. We'll see. See how far we get.
I think that should just be a definite yes because you're in Nashville, and I mean.
Yep.
I don't know, maybe I'm stereotyping way too much and I might be offending people.
So I can tell you a couple years ago when we had it pre-COVID, we rented out one of the areas down on the main area and we had like all the bars open just for SolidWorks and 3D Experience users. That was a lot of fun.
And is it a fairly new show? Like what year would this be for you for 3D Experience World?
So before 3D Experience World, it was SolidWorks World. So
gotcha, okay.
Gosh. Are we 20 years now or something like that?
Oh, so it's not brand new at all.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's been a long time. Generally 5,000-6,000 people show up from all over the world, so it's a lot of fun because you get to interact with everybody doing everything, which is pretty cool.
Awesome. So in terms of your manufacturing live broadcast, how has that helped with the brand narrative for, not just the SolidWorks platform, but also Dassault Systems?
So I think that most of the comments we get, right, are, hey, I'm an engineer, I went to school for this, I don't really know how to manufacture, right?
Right.
I learned how to do this. You guys are talking about things that help fill in the gaps. Like, I now understand, I know the SolidWorks piece, I know the CAD piece. You guys are now talking about downstream use and how that makes sense. And I think we're really just sort of helping bridge the gap between the two departments, where traditionally, even for us, we were known as the CAD group, right? Mechanical engineers doing mechanical engineering things. So we're helping the people that go to school on the engineering side understand that it is important to design for manufacturability.
Okay. So have you gone to any high schools or elementary schools or even the level at the technical colleges or even university level? Have you gone to any of them and seen one major challenge that they're experiencing in terms of trying to teach 3D CAD?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I am a tech school guy. I went to SCC Milford. I'm a 2-year degreed manufacturing engineer. They're always near and dear to my heart, right? So I try to stop by and work with those groups as much. I did actually work in education for a little while with the SolidWorks side. So
I would feel like that's really hard.
It is. It is a completely different world than doing the commercial side. And everyone in education doesn't get enough credit for how hard that is.
Oh, right.
But I will say that the biggest thing that I've seen, and I think this is a common theme across anything, not just what we're talking about here at IMTS, is these kids are learning a process. Whether it be CAD, just draw a sketch, do a block, or whether it's math or reading a ruler, they're just put in the mindset of just do it.
Yeah.
And they don't have the application as to why. And I'll give you a really good example. So about eight years or so ago, there's this 1080p program. I'm not sure it still exists, but it's like you're doing aerodynamics on NASCAR RC cars, right?
Right.
And so in high school, they build a chassis, they design it, and then they test how far it'll roll, right? So you're getting a lot of real world application, and they wanted me to teach them flow simulation.
Okay.
So I go and I spend a couple days and I'm teaching these high school kids flow simulation in SolidWorks.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of it, this kid stands up and he's like, now I understand why I'm learning all the complex math. He goes, you just tied the two pieces together. But before that, he was in math class doing math. He was in doing RC cars on this side. There was no connection to the two. And I think if you look at schools and in general, that's their biggest problem. There's no overlapping of why am I going to use this? They're like, just do it.
Right.
So
that's such a great point because I was one of those kids where I'm like, why the hell do I need to learn this complicated math? And there was no connection there. And then when I did so well testing in English, they were like, you're going to be an English teacher or you're going to be a college professor. And I'm like, that doesn't sound exciting to me. Why would I want to do that? So that's such a great point. Have you offered any other kinds of suggestions for schools to make those connections in other areas?
You know, we try to connect industry with schools, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's sometimes it's challenging, but I think the only way it works, like you mentioned, is it takes a village, right?
Right.
A lot of people get swept up in, I got this job to do, I work all these hours, and then we sit around and we complain that we can't find people, but we're not really doing anything to make our part of the world a better place.
Right.
You know, you can't expect a teacher to draw the comparison.
Right.
The teachers need help and support from people in the community that do it every day.
Yeah. That's another great point, too. So there's a gentleman in Wisconsin named MacKenzie, and he created this program called SOS, or Save Our Schools. So he was seeing a lack of, like, passion from the teachers because, like you mentioned before, they're really underappreciated. They're not getting paid what they deserve. They're getting assigned other tasks like bus duty. Like, what the hell kind of teacher wants to stand in line and wait for these cranky kids to get on the bus? I'm not saying all kids are cranky. I'm just going off my
But they got a lot of
perspective.
stuff going on,
They
right?
do. They do. And so they don't really have time to invest in themselves to kind of upskill their current skill set to what we're seeing here at IMTS and what actual shops are doing on their shop floor.
Yep.
So he was able to connect with the leadership in his community, get some government funding, and now the teachers are getting an additional $5,000 added to their monthly salary. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow them to go to his manufacturing shop. He's going to teach them everything that he's doing with his CNC machines, and then those teachers are going to go back and teach the kids how to do that.
Yep.
Which I think is fantastic. Because another story that I heard was there was a teacher that had a robot in their high school classroom, but he didn't touch it because he didn't know how to run it.
Yeah, actually, we had a discussion similar to that. It's like I can go get free robots donated to me, but I can't learn 6 different pendants to teach, right?
Right.
So the software piece has to come in, you know. And for us, it's like, well, we can easily provide the software piece, but we didn't know that that was a problem.
Right.
Nobody's articulating the overall problem. It's just like, well, here's a robot, here's a machine, here's this, with no backing to actually be successful.
Yeah. So are you doing anything like at the high school level, or are you bringing kids in to Dassault Systems and kind of showing them the ropes, or doing some sort of teaching?
So we have lots of initiatives.
Okay.
We have Fab Labs. We support Fab Labs worldwide.
What is that?
So Fab Labs are, think of them like a makerspace.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's an initiative that we have with a partnership with some very cool people at MIT. But we help set those up worldwide where, you know, you can have access to printers and routers and things like that to build things. We even have electrical components. We have some of those in our DS facilities around the world.
Okay.
And then I recently moved home to Nebraska, but when I was in Colorado, we did a lot of work with the high schools. So like Cherry Creek School District, they put in a brand new facility that's purely focused on trades. You want to do aerospace mechanics or advanced machining or any of those, and Paul Clinton and that group, we've tried to work with them, you know, one-on-one to support them as much as we humanly can in their crazy busy schedules. But, you know, if we find initiatives like that, we try to support it. I know like Metal Quest, their name's around here all this week.
Right.
They do an enormous amount of work in the state of Nebraska to support those things, and then we try to support them. So usually if we get contacted for help, we try to help ourselves or find someone that can support it. But unfortunately right now, not everybody reaches out, so it's hard for us to help everyone.
That's really interesting. Do you have a presence in the Smart Force Student Summit this year or no?
I'm not aware of that one.
Oh, okay.
It may be someone else in my group, but I'm not aware of that
Have
one.
you been down there at all?
No, I haven't personally.
Okay, so I think it's fantastic because there's a lot of kids who have really gotten their eyes opened up because they didn't even know part of this stuff existed. And then I interviewed a kid here who was all about computer software and stuff, so I should probably connect you to him because he was just like, yeah, I just want to learn as much as I can and do what I can. I love design. And he's like, I think that's what I want to do when I graduate from high school. So what are some of the things that you've been seeing here at this show, and what is one of the major like challenges people are coming to you asking you about at your booth?
So that's a big question. You know, the big thing that we see here is, or what I've seen is, you know, someone made the comment to me like, well, the tools are about the same as they were 4 years ago. And it's like the tools are about the same, but the technology that they're leveraging to make them more efficient is night and day difference from 4 years ago. And so I think there's a little bit of loss on, you know, I look at the machine and it looks like the same, but they're missing that all the processes are coming in place. As far as what we're seeing in our booth, we have lots of people that are coming in and they're like, look, I want to reorganize my factory. I want to add offline programming. I don't have enough people, right? Like, you're landlocked by whoever's going to drive to your facility. And so a lot of the things that we're having discussions on is really this, how do I use software to enhance the investment that I've already had? It's confusing, right? Because again, it comes into, some people sell point solutions, some people are talking bigger picture, and so there's a lot of confusion that goes on, and we're just really trying to explain, hey, the whole point of Industry 4.0, at the end of the day, regardless of any product that anyone's selling, is having your data stored in one place for everyone to access when they need it, not importing, exporting, copy, paste, put it in 6 drives. That's really Industry 4.0.
Okay.
And so you take all the tools that are out here, how do we connect that? How do we make it easy?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's way too much data.
Okay. And then, so you connected it to me initially because one of the things that you've noticed is the lack of women in different areas. Do you have any statistics in your particular niche of what the percentage of women representation is? Because right now we're currently at 30% in the whole industry, like the whole sector.
Yep.
But when you break it down by discipline, wow, I can't talk today, I need more coffee.
Yeah.
When you break it down by discipline, it's a little less than like 2%. I think there's some 3%ers there depending on the industry, but do you have any statistics in 3D CAD or software?
So I don't have any that's current. I can tell you someone sent me a text last night that the average age of machinist is 49 years old.
I didn't know that.
Yes, I got that text to me last night, and I was like, wow, I'm going to have to like sit down and like put some non-gray in my hair because I'm creeping up on that.
Right.
So, I mean, I think if you look at the age of being 49 for machining in U.S., that's pretty indicative of that's probably 90%.
Okay. So why
Male.
is it important for Dassault Systems, though, to reach out to people like myself and other creators to really get the next generation excited? Why were you taking those initiatives to begin with? Because I think a lot of people look at influencers, some think that it's a silly word, some people think that it's not important, but we're obviously trying to advocate for engineering and manufacturing, and some companies just aren't jumping on board with that. So I'm interested to hear your insights of why you're making those decisions and those next steps moving forward.
Well, I think, Dassault has always been progressive in everything we've done, right? Like, we were building 3D mock-ups of airplanes in the 80s when everyone was board drawing, right? We've always been progressive and ahead of what we've been doing. But I think the other thing is we understand that the whole world has to work together to solve the problem.
Right.
And so when you look at that, why would you exclude any group?
Right.
I mean, it just makes no sense, right? From a management perspective, why would I cut my workforce in half? Because.
Right.
Makes zero sense. And every statistic is shown, the more diverse group you have, the more group that you have in there, the better the product is, the better the quality is, and the happier your workforce is. So it just, for us, it's obvious. It makes no sense. It shouldn't just be one group driving the bus. It should be everybody.
Yeah, I 100% agree. So with your podcast that's coming up, who are some of your upcoming guests, and what do you plan on talking about with them?
So we're expanding out the Manufacturing Live a little bit, so it's not just me interviewing. I got a new group of team.
You're so amazing.
Well, because everybody has a perspective, right? Like, I can talk about
true.
one thing, correct? And again, coming back to the Dassault, looking at everything as a group, we've hired some amazing people that are on our team, and they all come from a little bit different background, want to ask some different questions. So, there's going to be a handful of people that will be helping support what I do. So I'm letting them go find the people that they want to talk about and the things that are interesting to them. So, this next one we're going to have is a follow-up to everything we saw this week and some of the highlights. Chris is working on that right now. Okay. And then through the end of the year, I think we're going to, talk to a few more influencers, get their perspective. We have some coming up with education. We want to bring in more education people, get their perspective, and just try to help out the schools as much as we can. The one we had last week was with the college I went to in Milford. Lynette was on. We had this STEM. They had some STEM placers there, a Skills USA. So, we're just trying to round it out, but it won't always be me going forward. It'll be a group of us.
So for those who don't know what Skills USA is, because I've been in this sector since 2008, and I recently just found about that. Can you describe what that is and why you're partnering up with them?
Yeah, so we've been part of Skills USA for a long time, and really what it is it's broken down into sections, so I can talk about the section that we deal with.
Yeah.
So
Because they do like welding and CNC
yeah.
machining and all that other stuff.
Yep, so you have CNC machining, you have G-code control, you have CAD, you have design. One of the team members from SCC, or a group of them, did critical problem solving, and then I think there's an additive division now too.
Oh, really
so,
cool.
Yeah, so the team at SCC, they actually, the team event was they had to build this lockbox.
Okay.
And so they designed it all in SolidWorks, and then they went through and they 3D printed it, but they had to learn about tolerancing and fixtures and everything else. And then when you get on site, you don't bring the pre-printed piece. You show up with the CAD design and the model. They put it in whatever printer they're going to do, and then you get graded on its quality. So they did like this locking mechanism thing where you had to put all the codes and the numbers in the right spot, and then it unlocked the box, and then inside of it, they give you a certain amount of change in this example to where it had to hold so much money. One of the other kids, he did detailed drafting. So they give you this product, and then you have to go through and make all the detailed drawings, and then you get graded on it. So it's really cool because it's applied, but it also gives you the ability to learn how to collaborate, how to work as a team, and it puts you a little bit under the pressure of what it's like in the real world. And it was interesting interviewing them because they learned a lot about how the real world is going to be, and they learned the things they want to do in the future, not just the things that they're told to do in class.
Yeah. I think those opportunities are real important because it's not just teaching, you know, all the hands-on skills, but all the soft skills as well too. Which reminds me of First Robotics. Is that something you're connected with as well?
Yeah, we help First Robotics. We do a lot with like Formula SAEs and the tractor pulling thing you see at the university level. So we try to help out on all of those things as much as humanly possible.
I think those are really great ideas for any manufacturer who's struggling with connecting with their community. Look into First, because you can do anything from just donating your product or funding something or even providing a mentor and coaching. And it's a blast. Those kids are amazing.
Yeah.
So
and they pick up technology at a rate that it's fun.
Yeah.
Like, I like working with young people because you see a light bulb go off and then they take it in a whole direction you're not even used to.
Right.
And it's amazing.
So there's this cooking show on TV where it's like these kids that are challenging these actually professionally trained chefs. And one of the things that they brought up is they were saying that the reason why these kids are all like most of the time beating these professional trained chefs is because they don't have the boundaries set up that training can provide you. So they're just free thought thinking, how can I make this recipe better? What tastes good? And they're more willing to take risks because they don't have that training set in place, which I thought was a really interesting concept.
Yeah, well, and they don't understand what the limit of failure is, right?
Right.
You just operate with no risk of failure.
Yeah. So for anyone who's tuning in, what would be your biggest ask for them?
I think, boy, you're asking good questions today. I think the biggest ask is really a twofold thing.
Okay.
One, get involved in your local community. We can't change the world without changing it at home.
Right.
The second thing is like, we need to be more open about how we discuss manufacturing because it's not dingy and dirty. It is high tech, it is cool, and it is a very good job that can last your lifetime. Like, I fell backwards into this, and it's been the best thing that's ever happened for me.
That seems to be like the number one answer of how people got involved with this for, the majority of the answers. Well, I did it by accident. I didn't know this existed. So for anyone who wants to come visit your booth, where are you located at and what are some of the things you're highlighting?
So we have two booths. We're over in the one that I'm in is over in the CAD CAM area. I can't remember the number. 133 120 or something like that. Just come look for a booth that's 3D experience. You'll see a monitor up with SolidWorks. You'll see a bell. Please come ring the bell if you're a SolidWorks user. We're trying to make a little noise today. So, but our main booth is there, and then we have a supporting booth with more advanced capabilities back in the QA area.
Okay. And then where can they find out more information about 3D Experience World and how can they connect with you?
So you can go to solidworks.com. If you're looking at any of the live stuff that we talked about before, it's live.solidworks.com, I believe.
You should really practice this
I should do this.
information.
I'm the person that does the interviewing. I have a whole team that makes me look good. So, and then for 3D Experience World, you'll find it on the solidworks.com page as well.
Awesome. We'll I really go ahead.
Oh, and we should be coming out with call for papers. So if anyone wants to present or submit, keep an eye out for that on our webpage. You'll be able to log in and submit. We're always looking for new people to present for us.
Sounds great. Well, Mike, I want to thank you for taking some time out of the day. I know you guys have been super busy down there because I went by there the other day and that little girl was there and I was super excited.
So I got to bring something up. I'm not a person that generally tears up about anything, and listening to her back there and then what you guys had up here, like that one choked me up. So that's amazing. We need more of that.
I heard her dad started crying too a little bit,
Yes.
and then she walked by here
Yeah.
and she waved at me, and I went up and gave her a big hug. And I heard that AMT was supposed to interview her, so I hope
Yep.
they did that. But
Yeah,
it was
I hope so too. That is one of the coolest stories, and
Yeah.
I'll remember that forever.
Well, and then I had some students come up here earlier. I interviewed 4 of them, and then a group of girls today. I don't know if you saw me
Yeah, I
just talking to
saw
them.
them.
I was talking to them, saying if they needed help with anything, to feel free to connect with me. So,
Yeah.
but thanks, Mike, so much. I really appreciate it. For those of you tuning in, make sure you follow Mike on LinkedIn. I want to thank you for spending time with me today, Meaghan Ziemba from Mavens of Manufacturing. Hi there. Thanks for your wave. Appreciate it. You can follow me on LinkedIn as well, too, and I'm also on YouTube. Mavens Manufacturing is broadcast live every Friday at 11:30 Central Time. Feel free to stop by, say hi to us at the Creators Brew, 338-600. Follow hashtag We Are All Creators. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Let's go boom.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to IMTS 2022. My name is Meaghan Ziemba. I'm the host of Mavens of Manufacturing, here representing for the Creators Lounge at 338-600. Feel free to stop by. We have live interviews going on all day. I'm really excited today to have Greg Jones. Hi, Greg. How are you doing?
I'm really well. Meaghan, how are you today?
Great. I want to thank you so much because this was kind of like a improv opportunity. We kind of pulled you in at the beginning of the week, so I really appreciate you flexing your schedule for us and being available. But
It's my pleasure. You've had a number of students who've attended the Student Summit on this week, so love to be here.
yep. Oh, 1 second. Can you move your mic a little bit?
Yep. Sure.
Awesome. Good?
How's
Jim?
that, guys?
Is that good, Jim? Live interviews is awesome. So can you give us a little brief history about who you are and what it is exactly that you work on here at IMTS?
Sure. I've been with AMT for about 10 years, and
Okay.
I've been in education and workforce development for 20 years. I was part of the executive team that stood up Tooling U online learning
Oh, okay, yep.
for manufacturing in 2001. So that was my first job in education and workforce development. And at AMT, we frame that as smart force development because we do need a smarter workforce coming into manufacturing. So my role is really one of advocacy and policy making. We're in DC, so I spent some
Okay.
time on Capitol Hill working with our other advocacy folks at AMT. About half my time I spend on producing and curating the Smart Force Student Summit that we do here at IMTS.
Okay.
We started doing that at AMT in 1998, so we've been doing
Oh,
it
okay, so it's
quite
been
a long
around for a
time. It
while.
used to be in a ballroom here at McCormick Place, and now it's in the North Building, Level 1. We have the largest floor plan that we've ever had. It's 24,000 square feet, which I know pales in comparison to what we're doing here at IMTS, which is 1.2 million square feet.
Right.
But it's impactful, right?
Right.
Our job is to change perceptions about careers in manufacturing by getting the most possible students from the area and from around the country to IMTS. And it's going great this week.
So that first year that you started it was in a ballroom. Do you remember how many exhibitors you had that was exhibiting in both that and the main
Yeah, that's an
area?
easy answer. There were no exhibitors at that time. It was
Oh, wow.
really, more learning sessions,
Oh,
and
okay.
it was mostly educators that came because they needed to feel things out and see, why should they take students on a field trip to a big show like this? And it continued in that mode for some period of time, and the ballrooms kept getting bigger and a little bit more interactive. But in, I think it was around 2010, we started treating the Student Summit more as a mini little trade show, just
Okay.
like IMTS is, and we brought content in and the exhibitors who are up here in the main buildings and showing their wares. Our focus is on the manufacturing technology classroom of the future. So we
Gotcha.
want to show educators what that looks like to have a CNC program lab or
Okay.
a robotics lab. And the best way to do that is with exhibits.
Right.
So when we started delivering the Student Summit more as a mini trade show, we were able to grow the audience much more quickly.
So what are your reasonings behind keeping that separate? Because I thought the reason was students wouldn't be allowed up here on the bigger show floor. But I found out this year that they were able to walk around as long as they met with their group before they left. And then they could also go down in the Student Summit. So what's the strategy behind keeping it separate in the North Hall and then allowing them to roam around freely up here?
It's really more logistics than anything else.
Okay.
There's a lot of reasons why we do it, but it mostly centers around logistics. All the students who come are able to attend all of IMTS. Registration is free, and we encourage them to see that. But we believe that they can have a much more immersive experience if they spend most of their time here at the Student Summit. It's really nearly impossible for them to see 1.2 million square feet in 4 different buildings in the context of they're leaving school at 7 o'clock in the morning or earlier. They're
Right.
traveling by bus to get here. They only get to spend a few hours here, and then they've got to travel by bus back to school. So for us, it makes more sense for them to spend as much time in the Student Summit as possible. We're not trying to keep them away from the exhibits up here at all. Again, the registration's free and they're allowed free access, but it's just a better experience for them to remain
Yeah.
as much as possible in the Student Summit. It's easier for teachers and chaperones too,
Yeah,
to
to
keep
keep an
them
eye.
corralled too.
Is there anything else that they experience during this time? Like, do they go through workshops? Do they go through learning experiences? Or is it just a walk through the show floor and looking at exhibits and kind of sort of having conversations with the people at the booths?
Yeah, we have a combination of workshops and other experiences. Like we have a Smart Force Theater downstairs. We used to use the theater for student orientation, but I think the students found that to be kind of a boring experience. They wanted to get on the floor and see things and not have to listen to us tell them what
Right.
they're about to see. Let's go have them see it and experience it themselves.
Right.
So this year we've done educator professional development sessions in our theater.
Okay.
And then where we do workshops for students, we're doing them right in the exhibit spaces. Like Mastercam has seating in their booth, and students are learning about the BattleBots,
Okay.
the Witch Doctor BattleBots vehicle, and that's really good. And there's other workshop type experience that the students can engage in.
Okay. So during these interactions that you're having, I'm sure you're talking to some of the teachers as well too. What are some of their biggest challenges that they're experiencing in terms of their community and the VOTEC programs that they're offering their students?
Well, we have to help them change perceptions about careers in manufacturing. That's most of the conversations that I'm having with teachers that we can have an impact on. This year, the education space is a little bit rough and
Right.
rocking and rolling, and
Right.
that was a challenge for us. But, bus transportation, lack
Yeah.
of teachers, lack of substitute teachers, those sorts of things. I'm having conversations with them here, and of course we were for the last year as we were trying to produce this event too. So we knew the obstacles that we would be facing, and we've done a pretty good job of overcoming many of them. But I'm just checking in with the educators I try to introduce myself in person to them as much as possible when I see their badge. And many of them I know over the years, because this is
They've been
the
around.
5th Student Summit that I've been responsible for producing. So
Okay.
I know a lot of them and engage with them on an ongoing basis too.
So you mentioned that there are like an educator's program down there. What are the, and I'm assuming that's mostly for the teachers to go
Yes.
through that.
Yeah.
So can you kind of dive into that a little bit and explain what other resources you can provide teachers once they leave here and how they can use what they learned here to incorporate in their classroom?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to that, we're working much more closely with the Manufacturing USA Institutes, whether
Okay.
it's America Makes in 3D printing or Army BioFab in biological fabrics, which is really interesting.
Yeah,
and
that
very
sounds
much
really
attracting the students. FO is here with textiles. MXD is here with Cyberbox. So we are working with the Manufacturing USA Institutes, some of whom have just launched their teacher training and curriculum for STEM schools and STEM high schools here at the Student Summit at IMTS. And we're going to be working with them to get that teacher training and that curriculum into classrooms, not just in Chicago public schools and in the suburban schools here in Illinois, but throughout the country.
That's interesting. I had one of the students from Beloit Memorial come up here saying she was interested in the biomaterials and
Yeah.
the bio-additive manufacturing. So I'm glad that was something that you brought up. In terms of anyone who's outside of the Chicago area, because it would be difficult for any other school who might be in California or New York City to really come down here with their students and see what's going on. What sort of strategy does AMT have to reach beyond Chicago and this area?
Yeah, we're pretty good at it. So I think there are 43 states represented here.
Oh, okay.
Some with students. And in 2018, our biggest summit ever, there were a lot more high school age students coming from even California. So that comes primarily from CNC teachers in high school that are also leaders and mentors of a FIRST robotics team.
Okay.
They would bring their team to IMTS to see all of this and experience it. So we really do reach out to all 50 states. Still have never gotten Alaska or Hawaii to attend the student summit. But we've almost gotten every other state over the years, over the last 5 cycles.
Has there ever been any discussion? Because I know Chicago is I learned a little bit of history of IMTS that it didn't start in Chicago. It was like in Cleveland, correct? The first IMTS
Yeah, and I'm
show?
from Cleveland, so it's sad to see it go from there.
Yeah.
But that happened way before I think even I was born.
Right. So is there any kind of strategy or discussion surrounding maybe expanding the student summit and bringing it to other states instead of keeping it here in Chicago?
Yeah, we do that to some degree. AMT's got a partnership on regional trade shows with SME.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And we do student events at the SME regional show. So West Springfield, Massachusetts, Greenville, South Carolina, Houston, Texas, Los Angeles. Actually, it's Long Beach, California. So we do student events with them there. Would I like to do more across the country on an ongoing basis? You bet I would.
That's awesome.
But, and I think we're going to do more. AMT's made some announcements in areas like additive manufacturing where we're going to be doing events next year in Austin, Texas. We will be doing student events around additive in Texas as well.
That's great. A couple of students were interested in additive as well.
Sure.
And they were like, that lunar exhibit that's over there, they were blown away by it, and they're like, that's going to be on the moon. That's so cool. That's something I could design. So it was really exciting to hear their passion, and they didn't even know that existed until they came here. So that's
right.
Like everything's working out really well.
Well, we try to get the word out, and I'm so happy and honored to have NASA Artemis joining us this year. We have had NASA join us in the past, but because you can tell by my age, I'm part of the moonshot generation, right? Yep. So I grew up loving space exploration, really happy that we're going back, and very happy that NASA Artemis chose our event to be at, even at a time when they're launching. Yeah. And I got an update from the NASA team on launch dates, so it still looks like September could happen, or maybe October, but we are going. There's a
really
hashtag
cool
for that, right?
But we are going. But the thing is that's really interesting too is we might see somebody land on Mars soon, which is
right.
So that will be two great experiences in your lifetime. And I remember my mom explaining it to me when she was watching it as a little girl. She's like, a lot of people thought it was fake initially because we couldn't just get our mind past on the fact that we were out in outer space and landing on the moon. And she's like, now they're talking about Mars, and she's like, it's just super crazy how all these advancements and technologies are coming up. And who doesn't like space? Like, I think everybody likes space.
And it was real to me when I was,
what
was I? I was 9 years old, right? Am I doing the math? No, 11 years old when we landed on the moon. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So in terms of numbers, the last time we were here was in 2018, and then the pandemic blessed us all with its presence, and we had to stay isolated for a while. How does this year's numbers compare to 2018?
Well, I'm happy with the registration. I'm not ecstatic, and I just told Catherine Ross, our Director of Education, this morning what my mental number was, and we're not going to hit that, but I am happy. So in 2010, we had about 6,000 students attend IMTS. In 2012, when I took things over, it was 10,000 students.
Okay.
By 2018, we had 24,000 students attend this IMTS through the Student Summit. This year, I get a daily report every morning at 5 a.m. At 5 a.m. this morning when I read the report, we increased our registration by a couple of hundred. We are now over 11,000. We're at 11,174.
Okay.
We will see registrations today in person on site, again online throughout the day for people who are coming tomorrow. So, we'll see. We might get to 11.5 or so.
Okay. Do
Yep.
I dare ask what
And I'm happy. I'm not ecstatic, but I'm happy.
Do I dare ask what number you were shooting for?
Yeah, I was thinking we could get back to the 2016 number, which would have been 15,000.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So what would your biggest ask be then for manufacturers to help get you to that number? Because I know that you pulled in Andrew Crow, who is just phenomenal, by the way. Like, I will talk him up everywhere that I go just because we're close friends and I collaborate with him on a lot of things. But
Yeah.
what do you need from manufacturers who are exhibiting at this show to get schools excited to either invest or encourage them to come to IMTS and show these kids what's going on the trade show floor?
I've been working with all of our exhibit partners for so many cycles now. They're doing everything that they possibly can, and they really knocked it out of the park this time with interactive experiences. We have more than 60 robots in the Student Summit this time.
Mm-hmm.
We have a dozen VR experiences. We have NASA. Boston Dynamics with Spot the Robot Dog is based
This
at
is really
IMTS in the Student Summit. So from an industry standpoint, I'm really happy. Am I talking with them about bigger, better for 2024? Yes, we are, and we know emerging technologies will come forth, and I trust that all of our exhibit partners will bring those with them. Our biggest hurdles this cycle were the post-pandemic realities of teacher shortages, substitute teacher shortages, and logistically bus driver shortages. That was fundamentally our biggest challenge. So it wasn't on the exhibit partners at all. They all did their jobs and will continue to do so. They're really committed to the next generation workforce. And so were people like you and Andrew Crow, everybody that was part of that Find Me campaign that IMTS did so all of you social media influencers, right? That was a new dynamic for IMTS, and coming back after 4 years of absence here, I think you guys did a really good job of delivering not just audience to the Student Summit, but IMTS all over the place. My focus right now is on our campaign for Find Me is really good. For the Student Summit, I'm suggesting that these students find yourself. Attend the Student Summit, figure out what you want to do, engage in the technologies, and I know that the students are doing that. And there's going to be a lot of kids that come away from here having found themselves and what they want to do in a STEM education pathway and a career pathway.
Yeah. I think there's other opportunities for manufacturers or anybody in a community to really consider sponsoring a bus or funding a bus ride up here. That's what I did.
We do have lots of companies that do that.
I know that you have something attached to it involving grants of some sort too, because that was some information that was shared with me, but I ended up just finding a sponsor for the bus.
Schools can legitimately apply for a Perkins grant to bring students
I
on a
never knew that
career-based
before.
field trip to IMTS, and many schools did.
Which I think is fantastic, because I didn't even know that existed until I was trying to figure out, okay, how can I get this bus of kids up there?
Right.
But I think anyone who's really and you don't necessarily have to be a business involved in manufacturing or industrial manufacturing. Like, if you just want to be an advocate and you understand the importance of having a strong manufacturing foundation in your community, you can be a bank, you can be a smaller business. I mean, the bus that we brought up here was around $1,200, $1,500. So if that's something you want to, if you want to fund one bus to fit 30 kids, you're going to change their lives forever. All the kids that came here from Beloit Memorial High School had such a blast. One girl was like, I had no idea some of these processes and technologies existed. She's like, I haven't heard of most of these companies. She was familiar with Haas, of course, because Haas does such a great job, like inserting themselves into that education environment and being in every school that does CNC machining.
Right.
So in terms of what your opinions are, where do we get started? I know you said we all need to come together because it's going to take a village, but is there a priority or a pecking order that we should consider first? Like, we're missing teachers, we're losing teachers, we're losing the workforce, we're lacking in upskilling the current workforce, we're not really attracting the next generation, so we got to get them more excited and bring them in. What would your priority list look like in terms of that?
Sure, that's a really good question. AMT has a manufacturing mandate, which we updated just prior to the pandemic. We have enough experienced people on staff. We kind of know the lay of the land, and so we made 4 suggestions to Capitol Hill in our manufacturing mandate relative to smart force development. The number one priority was we could see, even in advance of the pandemic, the teacher shortage that we were facing, the lack of CTE teachers out there, career and technical education teachers, and the need to affect good policy to make sure that we could grow more teachers for career and technical education. So that was one thing. We need to really change and upgrade the apprenticeship programs that we have in the U.S.
Absolutely.
Just a real quick personal story on that. The Registered Apprenticeship Program in the U.S. began in 1937, and you can tell by that time frame why we did that, right? Mm-hmm. My dad happens to have been born in 1937, and the year that I was born, he was an apprentice tool and die maker. So I have this in my DNA. My dad's now 85 years old. Thankfully, we still have him.
Right.
But we also still have an apprentice system that was invented the year that he was born. We have to modernize our apprenticeship program in this country. So AMT is very much of an advocate of industry recognized apprenticeships, and we're trying to affect policy in Washington that can make that change, especially with emerging technologies, which is AMT's focus.
Okay.
As a board, manufacturing companies don't have 4 years to train folks to adapt to those new technologies. So we've got to compress that time. We're advocates of competencies and skills-based apprenticeships, not time-based apprenticeships. Okay. The other thing that we see relative to those apprenticeships is credentialing. So we feel like the world's going to be on a continuous life learning spectrum right now, with emerging technologies in every possible field. So if we can train people in a much shorter period of time on all of these emerging technologies, have them earn a micro-credential along the way for each one of those things, everybody's going to be always learning. So let's change the model to micro-credentials for every technology. And then the last thing is capital investment in education programs. We recognize that the equipment that we sell here at IMTS that goes into CMT program labs and robotics labs, it's not the cheapest program lab to build out.
Right.
So the good news around that is with the EDA Good Jobs Challenge grant, $500 million that has gone into schools and industry sector partnerships where I think they were just announced in August. They are allowing for capital equipment expenditures to be covered under those grants. So those are the 4 things that we've been advocating for. Many of those things are beginning to happen. The most critical one that we've got to solve is teacher training to get more teachers in the classroom.
Great. Well, Greg, I want to thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it. I learned a lot more about the Student Summit than I've known before, so thank you for all of that extra education. For anyone tuning in, please feel free to reach out to Greg Jones or any one of his members on the AMT staff and, invest right now. Invest this year into 2024. Get a booth in the Student Summit. Make sure you're making those connections because they do make a a huge difference. Kids want to be connected with you. They want to ask you questions. They want to have a conversation. So be sure that you're reaching out to Greg, investing now, and setting up something for 2024 for the Student Summit. I'm Meaghan Ziemba. I'm host of Mavens of Manufacturing. You can catch me live every Friday at 11:30 Central Time on mavensofmanufacturing.com. You can also follow me on my LinkedIn page. And, you know, we're all creators. So follow hashtag we are all creators and hashtag IMTS 2022. Thank you and have a great lunch, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom. go boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom.
Hello, Mitch Free here, IMTS 2022 at the Creators Lounge. Hashtag We Are All Creators. And I'm excited to be sitting here having a conversation with John McCullough. And John is from Kubotech Cosmos. That may be a new name to a lot of people. It's a new brand out there. It's kind of we'll talk about that in just a second. John, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mitch. It's great to be here.
Yeah, so talk to me a little. You're like a CAD industry veteran, dare I say?
Well, I'm feeling more and more like one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been around for a few different CAD companies.
Okay.
You and I met many years ago
We
in the
did.
CAD Key
We
days.
did.
I've been at Onshape and now at Kubotech Cosmos.
Yeah, yeah. So let's talk about that for a second. You mentioned the word CAD key. That's probably there's a lot of people that still remember that, and there's a lot that don't even know what it is. But talk about CAD key for a second and the innovation that it was.
So, at this show, Mitch, always we get people that are old users that come by the booth.
Old
that
users, not old. You're
Well, both.
Okay.
But so, they're very excited about this product that was originally released in 1984.
Wow.
And, we were reflecting on that today with a customer about how this product CAD Key that was originally a DOS-based CAD system was the first 3D modeling system that was available on the PC.
Yeah.
And it really, in my opinion, it was a killer app for the PC. It brought the PC into manufacturing.
It was the first 3D CAD app on a PC.
Right. And so, we had a lot of excited customers that, built a whole community around that product that exists today still.
Yeah.
So that product is now called Key Creator, and it's
Yeah.
from Kubotech.
Right.
So we have many, users of that continuing today. We've modernized it, obviously. It's been on Windows for a long time.
Yeah. Good. Well, we got a lot of ground to cover here. One of the things they want us to do here is not just talk about product, but also to tell stories and things that are interesting about people like yourself. So we're going to back up a little bit. And how the heck did you get into the CAD world? I mean, were you like in high school? Said, oh my God, I want to do CAD.
Actually, yes. My technical. There was a technical drawing program at my high school, and the teacher that was running that was the department head. He applied for a grant.
And were you doing like manual drafting by that?
That's where it started, but he applied for a grant to get some CAD computers. This was in the mid-'80s.
Okay.
And so we're one of the first high schools in my state to have that kind of equipment. And I saw that as an opportunity. I signed up immediately for that. And I actually even did an independent study using those CAD machines, and at the time it was passing floppy disks back and forth. There was no hard drive. It was
and that was 2D.
Really, it was just 2D. But I made a full set of working drawings when I was in high school on CAD.
Nice.
And I remember someone saying to me at the time, "Are you going to do this for a career?" And I never thought of it until another student asked me that question, and it turns out the answer was absolutely.
Well, at that point, you're like, wait a minute, is it a career?
Right. But it was exciting to be able to be working on computers and doing something that was mechanically interesting, and I learned a lot in those days. Kept it going through college, and eventually, before I was even out of college, I was working for Bob Bean at a company that was building add-ons
well-known
to the
innovator
CAD
in the CAD space.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Bob gave me my first break.
That he gave me mine too. So we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Okay,
sure. We owe a lot to Bob Bean. Have
Yeah.
you put the microphone a little closer there? Yeah. And okay, so you went to college. Thought you would do this as a career. Then how did you? Was your first CAD experience was?
Well, I think I was using it. I had an internship at Pratt & Whitney in East Hartford, and I was using UG there, and they were, I was doing 3D modeling when most of them were like, "How do you run this?"
Yeah.
And so I did a lot of work instructions for assembling manifolds and things like that. So that was really the first time I used it commercially.
Yeah. So and then you ended up going to work for CAD Key Bay State,
right?
Back in a long time ago.
Right. So I traveled a lot across the U.S. and Canada, supporting resellers. To those years, so it was fun to meet a lot of customers. We did a lot of travel back then.
Yeah, but I mean, from the perspective of CAD software, I'll let you put it in your words. But I think, that product over time it changed names and changed hands. It's gone from CAD Key to Key Creator, and is that still the name? What now that with the Cosmos stuff is?
Yeah. So I mean, the Key Creator brand has been around for 20 years. We're gonna stick with that.
Stick with that. So Key Creator though is so different than any other CAD software on the market. If you look at SolidWorks, UG, everything that's out there, it's so different. And I'll let you talk about what that is.
So we call the approach that Key Creator uses direct modeling. There's a lot of other ways to describe it, history-free,
Yeah.
But so we don't record any of the steps that are taken to build a model, which is the standard strategy of most other CAD software for design
which
purposes.
are pure parametric modelers.
Exactly. So they're recording each step so that they can replay it. And if you know where your model is going to go and you know the kind of variations that you can expect, that's a brilliant strategy, because then you can adjust those parameters and get the changes you might need. But if you don't know where you're going, if your customer is driving your whole process and you have to react to what they send you, it can be difficult to adjust those parameters, and sometimes you have to just start over again when the customer sends a new input to your process. So direct modeling is a good strategy for that, where we can more quickly adapt to whatever comes in and pull apart the model if we need to, tear part off, make some new surfaces, stitch it all back together, and you've got a model. So
full disclosure, I'm a customer. I love it. And what I love is the flexibility to switch between solids and wireframes and surfaces, and the interactivity that I can create a surface and then just hit the trim button and trim the solid to the surface and then split it by a line.
Right.
And so when you're doing tool design or anything like that, or even machining and trying to just get to a feature and isolate a feature, really, really powerful. There's nothing else like it.
Yeah, so I mean, at these shows, it's always interesting how many people that they'll stop and they'll see this and they'll say, "That looks so fast. What how are you doing that?" And explain that because we don't have to try to record things, we don't have to be as procedural about what we do. And I still have to really, it's a constant education process for people to understand. Like, so when you're done with that whole process, sometimes people call it hack and whack. Do you have a poor quality model? And the answer is absolutely not. We're just storing the geometry. And so as long as those definitions are cleaned up and you've got your new surfaces are trimmed correctly, when you stitch it back together, you've got a perfect body. No one would ever know the origin of that.
So given that your demographic, or not your demographic, your target market is probably, how would you define the people that, if you were looking at your customer base?
I think it's just even gravitated over time more and more towards tooling guys, mold design, die design. Most of our customers, the core, are in manufacturing. So it's less on the design side and more the kind of design needs that shops have.
That's what I would think. It leans, if you're running a shop, you're doing machining, mold making, tool design, jigs and fixtures, it's an incredible tool. But there's other tools out there, SolidWorks, all these parametric-based modelers, that are awesome if you're designing products and you're managing BOMs and everything that goes along with that. But when you want just incredible flexibility, I think that's where Key Creator works.
Yeah, so this is a perspective that a lot of users have, that from just even the usability of these software packages, you see that. But a lot of times bigger organizations also are thinking about, we have to manage this data. And so on the design side, they've got a CAD system that's their system of record. They've got a PLM system that's connected to that, and they have to process all this data in a same kind of format. A lot of times the Key Creator customers are outside of that. They're specialists that work in build-to-print manufacturing, and they don't need to keep all those records. They build the tool, and that's that. So
one more thing about Key Creator, then I want to move on. There's so much I want to cover here. But it plays with everybody. Like you could read CATIA files, NX files. You can input and output most anything.
That's a very good point, Mitch. That being focused on the geometry like Key Creator is, that geometry is the neutral language across all CAD software. So anything that comes into Key Creator, we wouldn't know if we had built that in Key Creator or if it was built somewhere else. Once it's in, it's geometry and it's equal. So the whole approach allows for data to flow in from anywhere.
Right. Okay. Enough raving about Key Creator. Let's talk about this kind of adding Cosmos to the name and some new products.
Yeah, so the thing that Kubotech is focused on over the last, this takes a long time to build the kind of technology we've been working on. I think it got started around 2008. So we started building our own geometric modeling engine. and with a different goal than some of the other geometric modeling toolkits that are on the market now.
So a lot of the CAD software, they're just based on a ASUS platform or a Parasolid.
Right. So those are the two primary ones. Parasolid's owned by Siemens, and then ASUS is owned by Spatial. Yeah. And under the hood of most CAD CAM software is one of those two. There's a few other.
So that's like an engine, and then they're putting an interface on top of it.
Right. Well, it's a math library. Yeah. So when we're doing Boolean modeling, you're intersecting two things, and there's complicated faces that are touching each other, and we need to be able to subtract one off the other. There's a lot of math behind it, and you need a lot of sophisticated libraries. There's PhD guys writing this stuff.
Yeah, yeah. And, by the way, you're in marketing, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
You're the most technical marketer I think I've run across.
I've been around a lot of faces of this,
okay, all right, keep going. Tell us about this.
So, right now, we've been building this tool that we had in mind to approach a different problem. We wanted to, basically build an interoperability. That's a tough word.
Yeah.
An engine that would handle that aspect instead of just another, modeling kernel that would be great for a design package. The market already has several of those. We architected this system so that we could take in data from anybody and respect their, proprietary formats. So the way that a product like CATIA that's from Dassault, they have unique algorithms in their system that are going to express certain surface types that are complicated in a way that's going to, they're going to store the data matching their algorithm strategies, right? And then another team is going to find a different solution and have a slightly different format. And we realize we can't take their data and change it as it comes into our system. We're doing a lot of high fidelity comparison between the data. So our new engine is really designed to have multiple entity types as needed to represent everyone's data as fairly as we can.
Yeah. Good. Okay, good. So now, what are the new products?
So we've built a couple of utility products on top of that we really are focused on build-to-print manufacturing, receiving a 3D CAD model as the definition from the customer of this is what you have to build me. Here's a precise definition, and making sure that that data is moving through their process correctly.
Okay.
So we've got two products that are in our K-Compare line, and that one of them is required by some North American aerospace manufacturers of their suppliers as they translate the data that's been sent to them. And for example, it's Boeing. They know that manufacturers are going to need to get that data into metrology systems and NC systems that aren't necessarily based on the same databases they're using to design the plane. So as that moves between databases, a tool is needed like ours to check to make sure that geometry came through precisely, that nothing fell out. Yeah. And also software being what it is. Yeah. This stuff gets complicated.
I think people don't think about that, but you start translating files, you lose fidelity.
Right.
You lose accuracy.
Yeah, and so we want to make sure in a process you want to do that as little as you have to.
Right.
But there's obviously need to have specialized users using the specialized software. Right. Not everything can be done in one database.
So in this product, you're comparing the native model to the translated model, and then highlighting any differences.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. And so generally, we actually, usually it works fine. And so we're writing a report.
Usually it works fine.
Yeah, we're writing out a report for them so that if the auditors come in, they can show yep, we checked every one of these. Here's all our records. Yeah. And it's the one case out of 1,000 that goes wrong that could have caused a really big, disaster.
It's a big. I know. My business. We're an AS9100 aerospace shop, and we get files from customers and in CATIA format and other formats, and we have to translate them to get them into our CAD software, etc.
Yeah.
But we have to prove to their auditors that we're not losing fidelity. And that's where we use your products to make sure that as we translate it to STEP, that it's the same as the original model.
Exactly. So that's one of the applications for the compare tools, right? Yeah. That just making sure that the translations are correct. That's the most obvious one. The second one is a little bit harder to explain to people, that there's issues when a revision comes in. So you've based all your processes around that one 3D model that, okay, great, this is what I'm going to build. And now a new version comes in. Yeah. And we have to be really careful at that point. Mistakes can get made here.
Yes.
And the first is that new model, let's double check to make sure where exactly are all the differences. Sometimes the team that sent you that model didn't remember to document. some of the changes they made. And their processes are complicated. It could be that they had, made a change, a month before.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of new changes came in, and that one from earlier they forgot to tell you about. So that's the kind of stuff that this comparison tool can check for and highlight. And so we build reports based off of the differences. We automate that process as much as we can. It's like we basically baked in like a PowerPoint style interface into this CAD utility tool, so that we can generate these reports and give people the kind of CAD interaction that they're used to while they're building their report. Without just having to do simple screen grabs and jam them into a PowerPoint, we can automate so that you can still rotate your model on your slides and get exactly the view you need and add some annotations there to explain what's going on.
I think, any shop that's been doing it for a while has run into that problem. You're making a part for a customer, or you're making the prototypes and it transitions to production, and they say, oh yeah, we revved this from Rev B to Rev C, or 1 to 2, whatever, and they put a little title block thing or a legend up in the upper right corner that says, here's what we changed. But there's not always, but there are times where there's things they changed they didn't tell you. And I know we've been bit by that multiple times.
Yeah.
We had one earlier this year where they changed a slot to a hole. Well, we still cut the slot because we didn't think we needed to change our CNC program because nothing was done over there, right? And that's what got me interested in why I went out and I found and bought the Compare products.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to have that happen again. So now we just instituted a process that when a customer says it's a rev change, we're just automatically verifying what they told us.
Right.
And without a doubt, that's going to pay for itself.
Absolutely. So a lot of cases too, it's not the model that's actually the standard, the specification. If the customer sends you a drawing, that's often what they say. That's what you have to build to. But they also provide a model because that's what you want to use for your NC programming is to build it off that model. So you'd need to double check the model pretty carefully to make sure that what you're sending to your NC guys is going to match that drawing that the customer's going to hold you to.
Because ideally, we don't want to redo the whole CNC program. We just want to fix whatever the revision is on.
Right.
So we're still going to cut all the old stuff if they didn't tell us it changed.
Right. Yeah, so I've been describing that as really it's a communications improvement tool. That you build this report and it shows everybody. You can send this back to your customer to say, okay, this is what I understand is what you sent me as these revisions. Let's double check to make sure you meant all 5 of these changes.
Yeah.
And also then you can send it on to your inspection guys. If they may see something there, they realize we're going to have to refixture this now. And they might not have seen it if you didn't make it clear enough.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. All right. So being in marketing, you got these incredible tools. This is not, it's a simple story, but it's not a simple story. How are you telling this to the world that this exists? Everybody knows the problem exists, and that you have a solution for it.
That's a tricky one. So, obviously, we've started out the customers that are using most of our Compare technology, they're required by their customer, to use that, and they've recognized often they're the best users right now of the revision checking tool. It's often used most by the people who already knew our validation tool, because they know us for one, but they get this comparison stuff, and we're able to reach them. But it's been a trick to figure out how to get people to recognize process change. Typically we've been selling CAD for so long. Yeah. Everyone knows you need that. You're trying to design something that you'd be crazy to be doing that on paper today. But so this tool is something that people need to recognize. Hey, these risks that I'm taking, these models coming in, and I'm making assumptions about. Oh, I get it. I see where the changes are with my eyes. There's little tiny changes sometimes. The pocket is reduced in depth by 5/1000ths. You're not going to see that with your eye. Even if you load that in your CAM system, you can easily miss changes like that. Yeah. So we want people to recognize it's important to recognize this process step as an addition to mitigate the risk.
Right.
And especially if they've got expensive parts. I stopped and looked at a part yesterday, $500,000. It's one part. You don't want to make any mistakes.
No.
Anything you can do to reduce the probability of a problem, do it. And so there's a lot of, hopefully people at the show are learning all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of the CAM software also has a feature that once you do the simulation and the rendering, that you can then save that out as a different, you know, an STL file or a step file, different formats.
Right.
So you can also import that in and compare it against the perfect model, and to make sure that you machined every feature, that you didn't miss something.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff. So our technology, this base engine that we've built, we can handle all those data forms. Often, if there's systems that can't output surface models, they can output points. We'll use that to check against the original customer CAD model.
Yeah.
So we've got that, you know, one side's a precise definition in some cases.
Sure.
Sometimes the other side's an STL or it's point cloud.
Yeah. So you also got a viewing product as well, right? A viewer?
Yeah, so that, you know, there's derivative products like the viewer, there's, you know, conversion tools. I mean, obviously this engine that can, you know, read anything can write step files very easily. We're starting to write more CAD file formats as well.
And so are you going to make this proprietary engine open to others?
Well, yeah, we've already started licensing it. And actually, so we had introduced this Kubotech Cosmos modeling kernel to IMTS of 2018. So it was 4 years ago we were here and launched Kubotech Cosmos 3D framework. And since over those 4 years, we've had quite a few successes. We've built our own utilities that we've been talking about here on those. We've got the viewers and the compare tools. And then we had a customer, Lambda Corporation, Lambda Research Corporation. They make a product for optical engineering.
Okay.
So Lambda needed to be able to read in CAD models from any kind of CAD system, typically pretty high-end stuff. Often it was CATIA and NX. And then they're modeling light energy in their package. They're not doing 3D modeling of objects, right? So when they model that stuff, they need 1 million light rays. Then they're going to bounce that off of the 3D CAD model and calculate which direction is the light bouncing, how is it reflecting. They've got, you know, high-level engineering that they do, and specialized people that needed to process loads and loads of calculations, and our system was the fastest they could find.
So
to
you
do
guys
that.
built a couple of applications on the toolkit in order to showcase what's possible.
Yep.
But you're looking for the myriad of other applications that could license this toolkit.
Right. This show's been great. We've had a lot of people coming by that, you know, all different stuff. You know, people doing a job, you know, process sheets. They're doing quality reporting. All different people downstream from that original CAD design specialize in different areas, and they need high-end tools to be able to process this CAD accurately.
Yeah.
So, and then also, so there's the design users like that Lambda. There's FEA type applications that we've been talking to people about. There's a lot of use for this.
So are you guys competing with ASUS and Parasolid?
In some cases we are.
Yeah.
You know, so
well, that's good for the market to know that there's an alternative out there.
Yeah. So, but one of the things I make the point to the, you know, a lot of our customers, we still use the ASUS modeling engine as a core of the Key Creator product, and that a lot of that is because they provide us with some of the blending capabilities and some of the surface modeling. Some of their Boolean operators are, you know, it takes a long time to build that kind of technology, and we still rely on them completely in Key Creator for that type of stuff. But
so it's a co-opetition.
That's where we've ended up. So yeah, we've got a lot of different things that we're doing, and you know, we still count on them. And
friendly partnership.
I hope so.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, they came by a couple days ago, and that's one of the great things about these shows too. Is, you know, we got a chance to meet with all those people.
Yeah, that's super. Yeah. That's super. So we have to start wrapping it up here. They're letting me know that we're running out of time, which is unfortunate.
I agree.
Any other things you want to get in before we close it up?
Not that I can think of.
What's your booth number?
Oh, it's 133145. Actually, there's one more thing that we could talk about. We've built a sample application that we brought to the show today, and we've gotten a lot of attention from it. We have an integration with a VR headset.
Oh, nice.
And you know, it's caught a lot of young people.
Yeah.
They see that and they're like, oh, wait, I have one of those at home. It's just a simple Oculus that we brought. But so, you know, we were just trying to demonstrate that we can build, you know, applications quickly that are lightweight applications that can work on different platforms. And tons of people have been telling us, this looks really interesting. We need this for building operation, you know, instructions and training people on different, how to use a machine.
People
et
can just
cetera.
use with this toolkit. They can just use their creativity for tons of applications.
Yes,
it'll be exciting to see what people come up with.
So it's been fun because people are here with their kids. The parents are walking through, and I've seen a couple of situations like that where the parents are like, "Oh, all this time you've been putting in on that Oculus, maybe it'll someday be
something productive."
Benefit.
Right,
yeah.
right. Oh, that's great. All right, we're going to wrap it up here. John, thanks for being with me today. It's been a lot of fun. I wish we had more time because you and I got a lot more we could talk about.
Well, let's have a beer, Mitch, and
we'll
go do that.
We'll do it.
All right.
Mitch Free signing off here live from IMTS 2022. Follow the hashtag We Are All Creators.
Anyone, any spare change? Donate to the factory fund. Mama needs a new Okuma. I'm trying to save up for the. Oh, thank you. I am saving up for the MB-ADV. Donate to the factory fund. Anyone? Could you donate to my factory fund? I'm trying to get a new Okuma. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, so can you draw? Hey, can you draw up my purchase order? I'm almost there. Yes, thank you. Okay, well, I'm almost there. Taking donations. Can anyone spare change? Mama needs a new Okuma? No, but a wink is nice. Thank you, sir. Well, while I spare change, Mama needs a new Okuma. Anything? Okay, well, I'm almost there. So until I get there, why don't you tune in to this interview? James Soto's going to be interviewing Jennifer Brozek, Marketing Manager, and Kirk Stewart, CSO, General Manager of Sales, Marketing and Life Services, SW of North America. Spare change? Mama needs a new Okuma. That MB-ADV is calling my name.
Let's go boom.
All right, we are here at the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. We are here Friday. We are going to make it. Like, there's no stopping now. There's a lot of momentum. And I am here with SW North America. Everybody listen on. South Hall SW North America is in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. Hi, my name is James Soto. I'm the founder and CEO of Industrial Strength Marketing. Check out the Industrial Strength Marketing podcast. But IMTS Creators Lounge, hashtag we are all creators. Get on socials. Tell us your manufacturing stories for your chance to be here. I want to welcome our good friends from SW North America. Oh my gosh, this is going to be so good. Jennifer Brozek, marketing manager. And we've got Kirk Stewart here, CSO. We have a good opportunity to have a conversation between sales and marketing. We want to hear your story. We want to learn a lot about you. But before we get started, so thanks for joining us. So
thanks for having us, James.
Thanks so much for being here. And so, and as chief sales officer, right?
That's the one.
That's the big position.
Yeah.
So you've got to make it happen. Are you getting the sales done?
We are, absolutely. So it's CSO, but also general manager of sales for all things related to the company. So it's not just the machine sales, which is it's the most important thing. This is the big revenue generating aspect of what we do. But we connect my role also for the spare parts and service and training, all these downstream requirements to keep our customers up and running and happy. It all funnels through me. So a unique role of how we have our management split up in SW, but everything post-order, that's me.
So it's the chief happiness officer.
There you go. I like it.
I like who has that title? I'd want that.
Yeah.
So Jennifer.
Yep.
Okay. Your head, Queen Bee.
Yep.
Head of marketing, all things marketing. Tell us a little bit about you and your role, and
Okay.
because I have a question though. Wait
Yeah.
a second. I have a question for you actually. Let's start.
Okay.
Let's switch it up.
Okay.
Compound or recurve?
Compound.
Compound bow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, we're gonna
archery.
Yes, I heard
Yeah.
you're an archer.
Yes.
Passionate archer.
Yes, I am.
Competitive archer.
Yes.
Okay. Which
Yeah.
about bear?
Matthews.
Matthews. Is it where
Right.
PSI is another one, right?
PSE.
PSE.
That's another brand.
It's been
yeah.
I used to compete
Yeah.
when I was a young man.
Oh, really? How
Yes.
interesting.
So,
Oh.
how many pound draw on your bow?
Oh.
Come on, how?
Yeah. Right now it's only like 43.
43.
Maybe 44, somewhere in there.
Hey, but you
Yeah.
can still,
it used to be more when I used to shoot more. It
Yeah.
used to be up to like about 50, 52 pounds, but
Okay, you're showing
that was
off
years,
now.
That was years ago.
You're showing off. You're
Yeah.
embarrassing me. Okay. Furthest away that you've hit a bullseye.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I've shot so many years now, 40, 50 yards probably. I mean, I don't know if I could do that now, but years ago when I was shooting all the time.
I thought
yeah.
you said I could hit an orange
Yeah.
from space. So,
Yeah.
that's the 40
Yeah.
yards. That's amazing. I am such a big fan of like that. Did archery, what connected you to manufacturing it? When you see things that are made, sometimes they inspire you, like the bicycle inspired me.
Yeah, yeah.
How it was made, it just fascinated me. I thought it was beautiful. Was there something that inspired you to be connected and empathize with manufacturing?
Well, I would say that was my first introduction to manufacturing was the archery industry. So I started hunting young and then, started to shoot competitively and really enjoyed it. And my husband is a metal model maker for Chrysler, and we shot together and he started making his own equipment. And then before you knew it, other people, that's pretty cool. Can you make me one? And that was basically the foundation of our custom archery equipment manufacturing company.
Wow.
So it was an incredible experience. It was a lot of fun. We ended up, setting up dealer accounts across the U.S. and very active in the archery industry.
Wow.
So that was my first introduction to manufacturing.
Yeah.
So a smaller scale, obviously, than what we're doing now because the archery industry is a very small target market. But yeah, that's what pretty much introduced me to it, and it's fascinating, now being at a show like this with the technology, the technological advancements and everything that are happening in the machinery and in all the different industries. So
from like simplicity, as simple as a bow can be, to the complexity of what you see on the shop floor here and on the show floor out there. We were talking earlier, Kirk, and we were talking about thematically, like how do you show up, for IMTS, and honestly, how do you break through all the battles for attention here? When you think about how you're telling your story, from a sales, a happiness standpoint, when you look at the investment you've made to be here and to, get your story out, how have you approached it? And has it been anything a little different?
So, we're not your run-of-the-mill commodity machine. We have a very niche market that we're going for. That's what we do. That being said, the vast majority of the attendees here at IMTS are from shops that have 50 employees or less, and they're the engine of our industry. There's just so much contribution from those small shops. That being said, that's not our target audience. We're looking for those shops with hundreds, if not thousands of employees. So when we come to trade shows, we do have to be very targeted in what we're going for to tell a little bit of our story. This year, we're very much interested in the solutions for electrification. Electrification in the automotive world, it's happening, right? There's no question of when and whatnot. It is happening now today, and the investments are real from all the builders. It's not just coming, it is here. So we do very well in this space. Our machines are unique in that we offer linear motor solutions.
Yep.
I would say probably 99.9 of the machines here are ball screw driven machines. We're unique that we have linear motors, and we're able to do that when we get into aluminum. And when you get into aluminum, this is really core to lightweighting. It's very common for components that have traditionally been steel and iron to now transition to aluminum to reduce the weight of the components, to get the efficiency of the car up and the range of those cars up as well. So every year the amount of aluminum content is growing. So we're going after aluminum solutions for anything that's in the electrified space.
Yeah, and whether it's cutting tools or lathes, whatever type of application you're having, the massive implications of electrification, whether it's, because there's significantly less parts, I think the stories we all told, but a lot of the challenges around aluminum specifically, the cutting tools companies are also having to address.
For sure.
So how much is your story focused on electrification? Is that like a strong theme? Is that one of the, one of the pillars of the story you're telling?
Sure. So I think our theme at the booth is definitely revolving around the actual battery itself, or more specifically, the battery tray.
Yeah.
Okay, electrification, you need batteries, right? It's core. Aside from what's going on with the surrounding components, we're talking about the battery. So on display, we have a hybrid battery tray, which is going into a BMW. We also have a full battery tray for Daimler, which is going to the EQS platform. And the part that we're machining in our booth is kind of a dummy hybrid between the two. So battery tray, battery tray, battery tray. That's the theme we want to have, and kind of it sets the stage for the story of what else we're trying to do in the industry.
Yeah, and solving the application engineering challenges and helping the small shops, have opportunities to get into that space for sure is going to be super important.
It's interesting. That's a wonderful thing about IMTS. We're not a young company, but we're, in the big scheme of things, we're still growing. We're still growing our market presence and visibility. And trade shows for us are so important to being found. And I've got a story that there's a supplier in Michigan who makes the battery trays for the Ford Mach-E, a beautiful vehicle. They're making the trays. They're in Michigan. They've never heard of us. We've never heard of them, right? So it's a great thing to come to IMTS. And I would say our marketing, through Jennifer, of having these battery trays drew them in and started a conversation. And now we're going to hopefully have some really good opportunities coming out of it.
That's fantastic. I can't say who a lot, in this business, but I know someone making trays, but these battery trays are going into space. So it's just the world is changing, the applications, and wow, how many batteries are going to be made right now. It's a key area where massive opportunity for so many folks, and I think you're spot on to really dial in your story there, and to connect the dots here, Jennifer. Like, how are you working together from a marketer standpoint? Because you've got like very strong machining and industry credentials as well. How are you connecting, to communicate these messages to, the folks that are here? How are you connecting from a sales and marketing standpoint to tell this story?
Okay, so we are very specific with our marketing messages on our booths, specific to our customers. We have content in all the different areas. We have content prepared and ready, parts on display to illustrate, what we can do for the aerospace industry, for firearms, for medical, for automotive and EV, as we already discussed. So that's one way. And then, that's on site, but there's like the pre-show and the post-show. We communicate with our audience through email, social media blasts, and all those other things, digital advertising, to let them know what we're here and what we can do. Yeah.
And that's so smart though, because when you look at when engineers are in the process of designing or modifying or iterating on their designs, they need a new supplier at the point of need. They're new. There's an emergency. They're dissatisfied. They're infrequently kind of in there because of the product life cycle, or they're just like comparison shopping. They actually search. They search online. They search through things like this, and you have to be and they're looking for they're searching by application, by the attributes of what that shop is, the capabilities, and they qualify themselves even on search by the specificity of their search. So it's really smart, whether it's online or off, to say, hey, we have machining solutions for aerospace. And so as you're looking to be found and as you're telling your story, it's very smart to have that partition so that when you're talking to someone from Boeing here, you have a Boeing story. And how does that connect from you? What kind of conversations are you now having, and with what types of folks and what industries?
Well, I'll kind of follow up with some of the things Jennifer said. It's just so important to have so many multiple channels and layers of what we're pushing out there. We do a lot of trade shows, and SHOT Show in Vegas is one that's specific to the firearms, and the number of people that have come up to us and said, hey, we spoke at SHOT Show, which is smaller for us, no machines, we spoke to you, and now they get to come to IMTS and see the machine. And, in between, they're probably getting those email blasts from us, and they're probably seeing the LinkedIn content, and it just all comes together, and it scaffolds one thing after the other, so that, when we are put together face to face in this environment, it's like, boom, it just works.
And they're already armed, right? You've prepared them. When you think about that work, that preparation, you said, how long has it been since you started preparations?
It's been up to a year, but really seriously since December, where we've been, really doing a lot of planning.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was a big question coming back to IMTS. In your experience, tell me a little bit about what the tone, what have you noticed about the people that have been coming by to see you? Is it is it volume? Is it quality? Is it is it something different? What are your observations so far here at IMTS?
I guess I'll address the fact that maybe the contrary answer to that is who's not here. Yeah. And it's a little disappointing is there's not that international presence. Yeah. Travel just still is not the norm on a worldwide basis. And it's unfortunate that we don't have those international attendees. Now, selfishly, that means that I'm spending more time with my core market of Americans and Canadians and Mexicans. That's great for me selfishly, so we can spend more quality time. And it works. The people that are coming, they are good, high quality. It's been a nice, steady stream. And it's been a great show for us. Again, we're finding so many customers that we have not met before, and they've not met us, and it's just working. So it's been great. We've seen a lot of customers from the firearms industry, which is another target audience that we're going after. One of the machines that we have on our booth is machining a firearm component. So that, again, it's kind of our niche market that we're going after specifically, marketed heavily towards, and we're drawing them in. And a lot of firearms customers have come in, a lot of customers from the West Coast as well. So broad range of industries and needs. It's been great.
So you're seeing a sense of certain level of quality and a certain level of what's there and where there's the opportunity for what's next in terms of getting the international community here. My son is teeing up. He couldn't go to Shanghai to study abroad because the school just couldn't do it with everything that's happening there. So
my son's in Australia. A lot easier path there.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. Aren't we both envious of their travels? Aren't we?
No
So that's a significant challenge, and we're going to have to address how do we reach back out to these folks that we want to welcome back, right?
I think during COVID there was a lot of talk of whether trade shows would exist in the same format as they had in the past, because everybody was doing that digital open house and webinars and all this, and they have value, don't get me wrong, and you mentioned it earlier, all that content's always existing, you can always be searched for, and our customers today are far more educated about our solutions before we are engaged face to face, whatever the case may be. So it is good to have that content, but you have to at some point get face to face to really look in the eyes and have that Q&A and have that piece of metal sitting on the floor and walking around it, kicking the tires to see what it is. So it is a different space than what it was before, but absolutely necessary for sure.
Absolutely. And to what extent have you noticed that, Jennifer? From the work, from the preparations, obviously you don't show up and hope they come. Have the audience, in your estimation, come back more educated, more armed? Are they, how much do they know, now that they can know more? What have you noticed?
Well, I think that, definitely because everything was so digital for a while, that definitely they're more read. They're using those resources that were there before, but they're using them more now. I personally feel like this is the best IMTS I've been to. I mean, in terms of, the quantity of people and the quality of people. I just think it was all over the last 4 years, pent up, and now finally there's an IMTS and people are excited to come and there's see things and in person. So I think it's been very good.
It is nice to be back, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's just reflect a little bit. It's so nice to be back.
It is. I've been in the business for.
I'm happy to be back. I'm just I've been hugging people I don't even know. I'm probably gonna hug you before you leave. So it's about to happen, but it's so great.
It is nice. I've been in the business for 30 years, in the machine tool business for 30 years, which makes me feel really old when I say that. But I'm talking to the guy that I worked for 30 years ago. I'm talking to a guy who was running our shop floor, as an apprentice, or actually started out as an apprentice, and now he's a president of the company here. And just all these former colleagues from past lives and peers that you've met at conferences or trade shows over the years. It's just great to get back together and, kick back and have a couple beers and a couple of laughs. It's just a great time to get together.
I could see us totally having a beer. That would be a good thing.
What was that, booth 338140? The beers are there. Come on over.
Yes.
More than welcome.
I was actually going to ask. You beat me to the punch. Yeah. You beat me to the punch. I have one last question. What was the last time you had at least this week, a virtual meeting, a Zoom meeting?
I had one yesterday, truth be told.
Really?
I did.
It's been at least 2 weeks ago. Yeah, probably since before I left for Chicago.
I haven't had a Zoom meeting since probably Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice? Isn't it strange?
Yeah.
And I feel like it's just a strange. It feels like the old days in the sense.
It's refreshing.
Yeah,
it's refreshing.
It's nice to
again.
have a little
Yeah.
break from Zoom. Sorry
sure.
about your yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing moving a project forward. Scheduling a runoff
Yeah.
next week on Monday. That's a good thing.
Okay,
right?
big shot. You
Let's
have to go.
have that runoff.
All
Let's
right,
get
big
that
shot.
metal onto the customer's floor.
Hey, so great to meet you. But I want everyone to know on the live stream, on the floor, how can people find you here and how can they
Okay.
find you elsewhere?
Oh, okay. So we are in the South Hall. We're at 338-140 SW North America. And then outside of here, you can visit our website at sw-machines.com. We're also on YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Just look us up as SW North America.
SW North America.
Yes.
Okay.
That's for Schwäbisch Werkzeugermaschine. Can you say that, please?
Schwäbisch Verschorschen.
No, that was not anywhere close.
Glappen, glopen. All right. Hey, I just want to thank you so much, Kirk, so much. Jennifer, it's so nice to have you here at the IMTS Creators Lounge. We will see you on the shop floor.
Absolutely.
Here
Thanks
we
for
go.
having us.
Yep.
Thanks again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so let's go in here. Here. Well, Mitch, I heard this was a cash machine, and I'm trying to make a withdrawal, but I don't know how it works.
You heard right. It is a cash machine. I've got a few of them, and they print money.
Where does the money come from?
It comes from every time you see chips coming off of parts. Some people will see metal shavings. I see money. I see dollars flying off. These are cash machines, not like that.
Okay, I think I get it. Look! An immediate ROI.
Pretty much that's how it works.
Thanks, Mitch. Wow. Learning something new every day at IMTS 2022. Ha 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 ha. Aww. Mary here in the Creators Lounge with I was going to say Ali G. Ali Gilpin, Chief Systems Integrator at Process and Controls Engineering, LLC. Ali, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome.
Awesome. I love that. Are you ready to head into the Creators Lounge to hang out with Meaghan Ziemba?
Yeah, I'm excited. She's like my best friend.
She's TCFS. And
she's our best friend. Everyone's best friend is Meaghan.
I love that. I'm about it. Let's go. Let's go to Meaghan. Meaghan, we have Ali G for you. Head on in.
Come and join the fun. Thanks, Mary.
You're welcome, Meaghan.
Love you long time.
I love you, Illy.
Different, right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you see what Mitch and I did?
Yes. Oh.
How are you doing?
They know. I'm good.
Good?
Yeah.
How's
I
the
got
show?
a little flustered because I got like an emergency call from a customer.
I know. I'm sorry. See, this is what I like about you, and this is why I wanted to talk to you, because you're always working and always hustling. So, for those of you who don't know, this is Alicia Gilpin. Did I pronounce her right this time? Mm-hmm. She's also known as Ali G on LinkedIn. And she is an integrated systems engineer. Did I say that right?
Close. I'm a systems integrator.
Systems integrator.
Which is also called a controls engineer.
Okay.
But that's not specifying industrial controls. So I'm an industrial controls engineer that started my own company. So I made up my own title because I can do that if you start your own company.
Right, you definitely can. So how did you get involved in engineering and manufacturing?
I really liked chemistry and math when I was a kid, and I started doing well in like 4th grade, and then I just got like competitive about it, and I guess I looked into engineering, and I guess there was kind of a big push for STEM back when I was in like high school, so like 2002 to 2006 time.
Okay.
And I decided, because I did well in chemistry, that I would do chemical engineering.
Okay.
And I mean, those people end up in, process engineering jobs, and they work in manufacturing. So it was kind of like the premise of what I just thought I was going to want to do. But when I was really little, I would read the back of the shampoo bottle, and it would say like crazy long names. I'm like, what is all that?
Right.
And so I got like curious even back then. I remember some like really methylchloroisothiazolinone is like the longest. It's like 26 letters, one word that was in the back of the shampoo bottle, and I still remember it.
What is it?
I have no idea. It's just a chemical, but like I was reading the back of the bottles of like shampoo before I even like knew how anything was manufactured.
Awesome.
And so I've been always very curious.
So then you started your own company, and now what do you do? What's a day in the life look like to LAG?
So I provide a range of support or design for industrial manufacturers, but since there's other industries, not all manufacturing, that use the same, like PLCs, HMIs, the same hardware and like software to do the control. So like the computer side, the electrical engineering side, that I end up like, because of what I know, it can transfer to a lot of industries.
Okay.
And so I've experienced a lot of different industries, and like I can see the overlap in them. But basically, like when I have a bunch of different types of clients, but they're all using either SCADA or PLCs or HMIs or just automation. And so, or some of it is actually like some of my customers have older stuff, so I have like the old style relay panels, or just I help upgrade some of that stuff, but basically, like, I take care of old and new manufacturing equipment. I used to work in machinery, and I actually worked for 2 different OEMs while I lived in this region, actually. I worked for a coffee roaster OEM and aerosol machinery.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you connecting, like, the traditional stuff with the new.
Yes.
One of the topics that you were talking about for a while, or bringing up or sharing about, was cybersecurity. So can you kind of go into that and talk about what the challenges are when you're trying to use, like the old components with the new components, and what needs to be discussed? Because it seemed like that was a pain point for you when working with some of these components. And I just feel like that's an interesting topic, because that's where things are going. Like,
sure.
Industry 4.0 is like...
Yeah, let's talk about that. So that there's the key word, Industry 4.0. With the push of having everything connected. I guess you have to understand, like, what did it look like before we were doing, just before we were doing this connectivity with all the devices and the machines even talking to each other and the machines talking to the plant and the plant collecting all that data and doing. That's what Industry 4.0 is all about, right?
Right.
But before you were doing that, it was not all connected to the internet. That's the bottom line. And so now with all this connectivity and like us being able to remote into what used to be fully air-gapped systems, we have, and also with the new craze of just like hacking. And because I watched the Black Hat conference and they were all about PLCs this last, or 2 years ago. So that's terrifying. But anyway, with the changes, and now we've pushed all this connectivity, we now, we didn't like change the way we designed industrial controls as fast as the hackers figured out how to get into our stuff, our old stuff.
Right.
So now we're in this just like free-for-all almost that's like really scary if you don't have some sort of cybersecurity partner that you're working with when you're putting in all these new systems. And so, yeah, sometimes they'll try to put that back on like the customer themselves, but we are responsible for educating, anyone who's trying to do, some small scale stuff that like everybody gets hit with ransomware, and it's, nobody wants to talk about it, but we're not protecting ourselves. And, if you want your stuff held for ransom, literally you cannot use your own information. You can't go into your own, like how you control normal systems. Like that's like a huge problem right now.
That's really interesting.
And they're coming up with new ways to hack things. And then hacking's not just about connectivity. It's also about people.
Yeah.
And people aren't learning fast enough, like how to see phishing emails and, it's very
complex and so on.
It's complex, but it's good now that there's a lot of people talking about it.
Yeah.
Because now we can actually, the fear needs to be real with that stuff.
Right. So in terms of like the resources for you to catch up on it and learn more about it, where do you turn to, and how do you educate yourself on it and get connected with the right partners who can help you make some of those things that you're doing safer?
So I love LinkedIn.
Yep.
And so that's where I get kind of my information about everything and everybody's companies. One person I like to follow for cybersecurity is Josh Varghese. And he has a company called Traceroute, and he just knows all about just different, devices, not just the data side, because with OT is like the sister, right, of IT.
Right.
IT is like, how do you move data around and what do you do with it? And OT is data from like live systems versus like a giant office with like everybody's information is not the same as like what are the temperatures and pressures and like what speed should these things be set to, and when should you fire off these solenoids, and like when should you turn on the whatever machine. All that stuff like has to be
so should they work together, IT and OT?
They do. They actually fight a lot. Because there's some definitely misunderstanding there. They do work together. And there's actually a lot of people from the IT side coming over to OT, which is operational technology.
Gotcha, okay.
And so it's anything that is still collecting data, but is collecting data from operations.
Okay.
So manufacturing operations or just infrastructure, anything where you're automating it.
So interesting. Well, you did mention LinkedIn, and that's one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, because you are like just a badass on LinkedIn. You have so many freaking followers. You have like how many are you at right now? Like over 40,000?
41,000.
Yeah.
I'm working on 42. Trying to get to 50.
Hint, hint. Follow Allie if you're not already. Hi, how are you? Good. You should. But that's one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, because, we're here discussing how we're all creators, #we're all creators. And you have been sharing a lot of content. I like a lot of it because of the bright colors that are involved in your pictures. But
that gets people to click.
It
I'm
does.
Just saying.
It works for me because I'm clicking on your stuff all the time. But like it's the technology that you're using, and it's the tools that you're using, which I think is very educational as well too. So why is it important for you to share that information with your audience? What does that help do?
I naturally like to help people, but at the same time, like, what is it? Representation matters.
Yes.
And I saw that like there was nobody really showing that they were like females.
Yep.
There's lots of people doing really cool like videos on like just sometimes they're free and sometimes they're trying to sell you stuff, but people doing, you know, PLC videos or HMI videos or how does this solenoid work or just random little things but I didn't see women doing that and so I was gonna start doing that and
yeah,
that's kind of where it kind of came from. But I also just liked to repost what I found interesting, and it just so happens that like people who like manufacturing like the random stuff that I would pick out and like post.
Yeah. So what was like the first thing that you shared on LinkedIn that went viral? Do you remember?
I do. It was I said I'm starting my home lab, and I just had like all this random things that could be found like inside of an industrial automation panel. And I kind of put it all together and I'm like, I'm going to start a little lab so I can do demos. And I took a picture of it. It was a mess. And people, I don't know, they loved it. It was just a scattered mess. And actually now that's what I still post is kind of just like my cluster of just like demo equipment because I have, you know, a lot of industrial automation stuff inside my lab now. I have an air compressor in my dining room. And I keep, I keep like basically anything involved with mechatronics or anything that goes inside of an industrial control panel. Like I just kind of collect or demo and show people. And people like lights. People like to see how things work. People want like, you know, they like that you can show them what the product does. But like, you know, they like to see, you know, people holding it and talking about it more than just here's a video of how it works. I mean, that's what I've found anyway.
I think one of the coolest things that you did on LinkedIn, and we'll get into automation ladies a little bit later on in the conversation because you and Nikki Gonzalez paired up for that. But I think one of the coolest things that you did, and Nikki brought this up in the interview that I did with her earlier in the week, is you started that automation ladies message feed or DM group message on LinkedIn. And I wanted to know or get a better understanding, like what was your main inspiration for starting that? Why was that important for you to connect all of those different women together?
So like this kind of goes back to like automation ladies. Before automation ladies, I wanted to I wanted to do something like that. It was actually me and Dan Reichen would just back and forth talk about how do we make this like round table of women and like we can, you know, take turns but like talk about, because there's with so many women in this industry, but they don't really come out and like talk about stuff that much that do like the technical stuff, the programmers and the, you know, industrial mechanics and like people that go inside PLCs and HMIs and all that stuff, robotics. And so I, you know, with that kind of just wanted to see like what kind of people would want to get together, because I knew so many of them, but I wanted them to know each other. Yeah. And so I just kind of like, you know, one day, random day, I was like, I think it was girls messing with industrial hardware is what I said. Okay. And I added like every girl that I knew that knew what a PLC could possibly be, or that like recruits those people, like just women. I added all these women, and you know, they did meet each other, and you know, some of them did.
It's really cool though, because outside of that, some of them have gotten together. Like Courtney was here at IMTS, because I've known you guys for a while, and we built like this virtual friendship online. It's really weird because when you talk about long distance relationships and how they might not work all the time, like we were able to build this friendship and maintain it. And then when we finally were able to meet each other in person, it was magic. And seeing Courtney for the first time and seeing her in action at Universal Robots and how she was offering those training programs. Yeah, it's just incredible to see all of these women stepping up in these leadership roles. And then they're able to get on this group that you created and kind of like just vent to one another about something that they're troubleshooting and they can't figure it out, or something that happened to them on a cultural level that was pissing them off. Like, it's good to have that group where you can vent to each other and talk each other through it. So I thought that was a great initiative that you did. And then leading into Automation Ladies, I want to know how that happened, because I know Nikki said she reached out to you with that concept. And I wanted to know, like, why you said yes to that. Why was it important for you to be part of that?
Because I already wanted to do something like that, and I was like I knew Nikki enough, and like she's just she's pretty genuine. Like, she's a genuine human being. And
she really
there's something about her, I guess.
You just couldn't say
it was
no.
Nikki. Yeah. It was just like, and I was like, well, I already wanted to do something like that. But I could tell she had the same passion that I have, which is, we're going to fight for our right to exist here in this space. Like,
yeah.
And we're going to push it. We're going to push the norm.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then she did mention about these classes that you're starting to offer, and she said that was kind of your idea, and you took the initiative to creating these classes. So can you dive in deeper what your goal is for those classes and your vision for them?
Yeah. Okay. So there are lots of people who, to different levels, right, show you how do you do programming, how do you do programming? How do you do programming for an industrial PLC or a PAC or whatever you're using, industrial PC? How do you program that and program? Everybody's using program, and then you'll get some like people like Tim Wilborn who will show you like how do you wire this stuff, like how do you read like the drawings, like really good for technicians to be able to like troubleshoot like really well. And that's what he's doing, is he's teaching like troubleshooting, wiring, like how does this stuff work, like the basics of like programming. What me and Nikki want to do, or what I like was thinking about doing, and like she was like, yes, we're gonna totally do that, is because me and her like together are like this super person. So
you are
like because she has so many of the things that I don't have. Like she's so like the sales side, the human side. Like I don't go after. I don't have that quite the same. Like I have that engineering mentality where I'm like, I'm not gonna like even show anybody that I'm gonna inconvenience them. I'm like anti-confrontational, all that.
Yeah.
Like the social anxiety comes up, but I decided that I was gonna, because I'm really good at designing control panels. I'm really methodical about it, and I'm gonna create a class where I'm showing you how do you take any I/O list, and you don't even have to have an I/O list, but how do you take the idea that you're going to build a machine or a process and build a control panel for it, and there is a methodical way to go about that. And so that's kind of what I want to do, is just like, and I'm very familiar with all of the manufacturers who make all of the different types of components that go inside of an industrial control panel. And yeah, I know how to do the wiring diagrams and all that, but not just like how are we going to teach people to design a control panel, like in general, but how do you design one and how do you procure all those parts?
Okay. So
like, that's what these classes are about, is like, how do you get going with like if you had your own panel shop?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So are you thinking about doing it like a virtual type workshop where people sign up and register it? Are you going to have a limit on how many people, or have you not got that far?
We haven't gotten quite so far, but I am imagining, that we're going to give you some kind of literature that you use, like, and then
I know a great writer, by the way.
Okay. Well, actually, we do need that. And then pictures, and then tests. But like, there's going to be a virtual component of it, where we're showing you stuff that we're trying to get into, and it's not going to be a one-day thing, because you don't learn how to do an industrial control panel in one day.
Yeah.
So you have to go through the different portions of a control, like power distribution, for example. Like that's just a section of like the design part of a control panel.
Are you worried that the virtual option might set up some limitations because it's not actually giving them that hands-on experience up front and personal? Because that was something interesting that Tim Wilborn explained to us, because we were talking about his channel and how successful he is with these training programs. And I think it was Jake that asked him, hey, are you ever going to offer this virtually? And he said, no, never, because it's so more effective when people come in, sit down, and I can actually troubleshoot. And he's like, but it's because I deal with troubleshooting, and you can't really troubleshoot something if you're doing it virtually. Like, it's a little bit more difficult to do. So do you think that's going to set up any limitation for this sort of thing?
In our case, like, because we're not doing troubleshooting, which I love troubleshooting, and I'm so glad that Tim does what he does. I think we're going to be okay, just because, I'm not going to have all of the hardware in the world to show, but I can show, like, you could use all, like like, let's just talk about power supplies. And I'll just like go through all of the people that could sell you a power supply and different kinds of power supply. And like that can just be like literature based. That doesn't necessarily have to have their hands on it yet. Because designing a control panel and buying it all is not, I'm not saying we're teaching you how to build the panel, even though we can teach you that too. But this class is centered around how do you create the drawings, like, and how do you create a bill of material so that you can build a panel? And then she's like, she's going to help, like, how do you procure it? Because there's a whole science, I swear. I've done it myself. I ran a UL 508A shop. There's a whole science itself with, like, the people and procurement. Like, how do you buy stuff? Because you don't just send out a purchase order and you're done. That's the beginning. Like, and actually, and how did you even get the part number to begin with? Like, that was my side of it, right? So I had to go through all of that. And, like, I know that it is just, it's hard. So I know there's value in like teaching people like how do you navigate this? You have a million options.
Right.
Like how do you start? Where do you decide? Like that's kind of what trying to give them some confidence in like how do you get through that portion.
That's so interesting. I'm going to have to like take a look at it.
You should take the class.
I want to. That was going to be my next question.
Well, help us develop the class.
Is there parameters on how much like experience or education you need to take this class? Because I have zero engineering and
I don't actually want there to be that because parameter. Honestly, like when I taught myself how to do this stuff, I didn't have a background in it. I was like looking inside of control panels and asking really dumb questions and having maintenance guys roll their eyes at me. So like, you know, I didn't know what was going on. So I think it's okay to have no prerequisite to try to do this. Like, and if you hate it or you think it's just too complex, but I'm going to simplify it. I'm going to simplify like the options and then just be like, go from there. The sky's the limit. Like you find another one, as long as it has a couple of these parameters, do whatever you want because this is a type of art.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I admire about you as well is you're really passionate for advocating for women in this space.
That's why I like you too.
Best friends. But why do you take it upon because I get asked this a lot of times and I kind of stumble on my words a little bit because really it's just something I like to do for fun and I feel like it's important to get the next generation inspired. I wish you were here earlier in the week. I don't know if you heard that story about the 10-year-old that came to the main stage. And
I saw her, a picture of her.
She's like, I cried.
Aww.
And I wasn't the only one crying. Like there were guys crying, the dad was crying. Like, it was a magical moment. But why have you personally taken on this responsibility to try to attract the next generation, specifically younger girls, into engineering? Why does that mean so much to you?
Well, I'm a girl and I've heard the same things that all these other girls have heard that are, sometimes discouraging things. And I know that's actually one of the things that we've found in Automation Ladies is that like there is a common denominator of just like sometimes it's not a lot of people, but there are parts of people out there that want to just discourage us from doing more male jobs. And how are we going to get it to like equal if we're not trying to get people in this,
right?
And so between that and just like my mom is like the kindest human being in the world and all she ever wants to do is just help people any way she possibly can.
I really want to meet her mom. I too. I want to give her a hug.
She is my life. But between that, like being raised by someone that's selfless and seeing like how she treats other people, how she treats my siblings, like people we don't know, like she's always feeding homeless people. I know. She's like, we got good karma today because I did something. I'm like, what did you do? She's like, I gave that guy a cheeseburger. I'm like, oh, that's good. Okay, just do it in the daylight, Mom, okay?
I love how she takes claim of it, too. Like, we're getting good karma because I did a good thing.
She does karma accounting. She's like, I'm doing more good things.
That's awesome. Well, she recently bought you something, too, and you posted it on LinkedIn. I was like...
Yeah, she helped me get this PLC rack. So I have, like, in my little lab that I have lots of PLCs, but I finally got a big Allen Bradley Control Logics chassis in there.
That's awesome.
And she took my picture, and everyone loved it.
What's your advice to any business who's struggling to get more women into their company? What would you tell them to do? I know can be a tough question because there's so many things that need to happen.
This actually came from from Drew Crow. He
Drew
was telling,
MFG.
he told me that, and this kind of makes sense, that like he saw some women get a bad experience during their interviews, that made it look like there's not really like a space for them. So it's like when you're interviewing these women, you have to like make it look like you really want them there. Like, and then the people who go take them on a tour, they need to act like they want them there too, because these women are hypersensitive to, they're reading people. They read people more than men do, I feel. And they're more sensitive to that stuff. And so if you want women in manufacturing, you want women in these like very male jobs, then you need to show them that they're going to be like accepted there.
Yeah.
And so, and actually I think I heard Aaron Prather say that like they interviewed all these high school girls and they were like, I'm not going to do construction because I won't be respected there. Well, if 17-year-old girls already think that, your business is in trouble.
Right.
Like, so you need in your interview, you need to come across as, I don't know, mention that you have sisters that, I don't know, something.
Yeah.
You need to be friendly about like the fact that a woman is about to come on here.
Yeah,
like,
Andrew was telling me
to get more of those.
Andrew was telling me that one of his students tried going through the interview process.
Yeah,
and
it's the same thing.
It's
that's
like really
that's
awkward.
Huge. Like you can scare them away so fast with just like show them like a bunch of faces that look nothing like them, and then none of them want to make eye contact or look at you, or they be quiet because men want to tell like man jokes. It's like, okay, this isn't gonna work, guys. Like,
right. Well, Allie, I want to thank you for taking the time for joining me today. I know it was a last minute thing I texted you this morning. It was like, can you fill in the spot? And I was so excited that you're here. So yeah, where can people follow you, contact you, learn more about your business? Where should they go?
So I do have a website, www.pce.llc, or find me on LinkedIn, Alicia Gilpin or Ali G. And then, my business or Automation Ladies. You can find me at Automation Ladies.
And contact her because she knows her stuff. So if you're having problems, she'll help fix it. So thank you everyone for joining us this time at the IMTS 2022 Creators Lounge. Make sure you follow Mavens Manufacturing on LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, all of the social feeds. And yeah, thanks. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Another fantastic influencer interview from Meaghan, Ziemba, and Ali G. I am so... Charli Matthews, come here! Charli Matthews is back! So exciting. We were about to do this segue, and then I saw Charli, and I was like, Charli! Oh, yeah, no, here. Don't steal my card. Charli, don't steal my cards. How are you? We missed you.
I missed being here. I really did. I'm so glad to get back into the lounge. Can I go in? When can I go in? That's what I got. Jessica, when can I go in?
Never ask permission. Just go. You are the Charli Matthews.
Advice. Great advice.
You can always ask forgiveness later. Yay. We're so glad you're back. So stay tuned. We're about to have a wonderful interview. James Soto is going to interview Travis Egan, Chief Revenue Officer at AMT. But before we go to that, we'd love to share with you a little bit more about industrial studios. So, Jim, can you roll that video?
I'll tell you what we're not. We're not a production company, and we're not an agency either. We're an independent think tank focused on creating dynamic video content and fully integrated experiences. It's branded entertainment, plain and simple.
I've always defined branded entertainment as programming with an agenda, and that's exactly what we're setting out to deliver with Industrial Studios.
We're looking at how people are telling stories, how they're creating video, how are they reaching the modern industrial buyer.
We're gonna ask questions about potential audience. We're gonna ask questions about customer demographics and media planning and all of your strategy. And then when we're done, don't be surprised if we ask a few more questions that help us push you to the next level.
Video is outperforming any other form of content, period. So you've got to do it right.
Being comfortable often leads to complacency, so there has to be strategy behind the story. Delivering strong creative is only one part of producing successful video content.
So we're building a team that does things a little bit differently. We're scraping the guardrails freaking hard, and that's driving fast, sparks are flying, and we're making story magic.
Let's go boom.
Welcome to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. I am here with the man, the money maker, the money shaker, the guy responsible as the Chief Revenue Officer of AMT, making that money man himself, Travis Egan. Welcome to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, my friend.
Hey, thank you. Glad to be here.
All
it's
right.
Wonderful to be here at IMTS.
Hey, pull up your mic a little closer.
How's that?
Bring it a little closer.
Bring it in.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just messing with you. So that's because you get your, you can say hello to your significant other and just say hello.
Hello.
All right, now we have it. So, Travis, we've known each other quite some time, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
We're us, men in our early 30s. We're here. For those of you seeing us in the live stream, we all know it. He's the handsomest guy in all of manufacturing. So the face of AMT, IMTS Plus, you and your son.
Yes.
And just tell me a little bit about like your experience with your son as a creator, as someone putting out your own story. What's that big takeaway that you've had in that journey with your son?
Yeah, so like I'll talk about the origin of that whole thing, right? Because it happened by mistake, in all honesty. It was actually going to be me and Michelle Edmondson from IMTS.
That would have been
traveling
good too.
around, seeing the leading manufacturing facilities, job shops in the country. And given my background working for Gardner Business Media for 20 some odd years, Modern Machine Shop, I knew a lot of people, knew a lot of the leading job shops, so I had the connections, said this would be cool to go out there and get a behind-the-scenes look. Michelle knows the industry, but she hasn't spent a lot of time in the facilities, right? And so that could be a show. Let's try this. We're just kind of seeing what would work. And so that weekend, it happened to be that I was at a lacrosse match for my youngest son in the same town that we were going to. It was Churubusco, which is a very difficult name to say, Indiana, where CNA Tool is. And CNA Tool is a great job shop, growing, really neat spot. And so we were in that town for the lacrosse match. Michelle got sick, and she was supposed to be coming the next day, couldn't come. So what are we going to do? And so I'm standing on the sideline at the lacrosse match. What are we going to do? And one of the interns at our company was on the phone with the group, and she said, "Don't you have a son that's a mechanical engineer?" Yeah. Is he there with you? Yeah. Take him. And you know what? That was like an aha moment. Like, of course, right? Generational thing. He's a mechanical engineer, has the passion, the interest. And so I said, "Hey, want to do this?" And he was like, he was a little reticent to be honest, but we went, and he was eyes opened. Wow, this stuff is cool. This technology is cool. So it was by mistake that we got there. And from there, it was just a growing experience, learning, seeing the world through his eyes. And they're unjaded, right? He sees good in everything. And it's really, it opens your eyes as a parent to sort of see a new experience through your child's eyes. And he's smart, he's very capable, and couldn't be more proud of him, and just had a blast.
I think you could tear up. I'm a guy that could tear up too. I see that.
Oh
in
yeah.
you.
Oh yeah.
You think about that, like we work for our families, and that to share your lifelong passion in manufacturing, and just so happen to have a budding future engineer. That's just amazing, and I know you guys are going to always cherish that. And that brings us to the power of story. Our brains are literally, the primitive brain is wired for story. Oxytocin, or the empathy, part of how we empathize. And you, as Chief Revenue Officer, having been out there and leading the charge with IMTS Plus, which for all those who are watching, that's a digital destination built
for the manufacturing community to watch, to read, to listen, to learn, join, and connect. And the show is on, and it stays on, and that took a lot of thinking. It took a lot of contemplating, and from the revenue standpoint and the fiscal responsibility, you've decided to make investments around storytelling.
Yeah.
You know, Peter was on talking about that. Peter Eelman, who's the Chief Experience Officer, is very passionate about stories. But you have shared this vision to make this type of investment in storytelling. And give us the background through your lens as someone who's responsible from making these types of investments. Why storytelling, and what got you excited about IMTS Plus and getting it out there?
Let me start by clarifying. So I have this title, Chief Revenue Officer, which is it's an oxymoron to be working for a non-for-profit organization and be the Chief Revenue Officer, right? To me, it's about growth, right? It's not all about money. It's not about revenue per se. We as an organization, AMT, to serve the industry, we need to grow in certain areas. One of those areas is audience. If we can provide that connectivity to the greater manufacturing audience, so to the folks that are here, to their customers, that's real value that we can provide to them. And that can be monetized in the future, right? So a big portion of that is about audience development. And my history, my background working in the media world, I understand this. I've spent many, many years perfecting that craft. It's really, really critical and important. And then it's IMTS Plus. It's built off of a brand that's loved, respected, revered in this industry. So it's just an extension of this connected, familial brand, if you will, that people are comfortable with, enjoy, and you feel it here. I mean, there's just this energy that is around the IMTS brand, right?
For sure.
And the other component of my role in the Chief Revenue Officer role is membership. AMT members are the purveyors of the technology, the companies that make the equipment, the support equipment, the software that makes things go in the manufacturing technology space. So all of those things sort of interconnect, the buyer and the seller, if you will, sort of that connectivity between the two. So so it's about growth of those things that ultimately cascades to revenue. And important to point out, revenue for AMT, non-for-profit organization, that money goes back to the industry to invest in growth in manufacturing.
Yeah, absolutely. And to tie that into the power of story.
Yes.
It's these types of things have traditionally been an intangible for the manufacturing industry. And meanwhile, you're there front and center leading the charge saying, hey, I am the story. And as you've thought about this personally for yourself, what have you experienced as someone, as a quote unquote celebrity, in a featured original piece of content? What things have you experienced being, from your part, the subject of the story?
I mean, I give a lot of credit to the behind the scenes. I give a ton of credit to the production team, to the people so the first episode of the show that we did at CNA Tool, Max and I went there. We spent 7 hours in that company, and we walked around and we looked at things and we had conversations, and then we can't talk about that now. Let's make sure the camera's rolling because that was a really good conversation. Oh, let's try to recreate that. And you got to try to, you don't want to let it out before. Yeah, it's got to you be genuine, right? So that was 7 hours of filming for a 7-minute episode of Manufacturing Explorers. And the guys that put that all together and craft that story, it's amazing. I mean, when we were doing it, I was like, oh, is this going to be anything? Is this going to resonate with anyone? And then you see it, and it's like, oh, that's like high production quality stuff that you see on TV. There's a story there that moves you a bit. And I've had so many people say things to me here at the show after the production of that. Man, your son, I love the stories about your son. I love that. That's so cool that you have that opportunity. It's very rewarding, and it makes you very proud.
And it has to just feel so good to know that. And it's just another way that you can you can connect with people, and they kind of get to feel that they get to know you even better. And even, like we all know Max.
Yeah.
And so we all know he's just as handsome, if not more so, than his dad.
More so.
Yeah. We know that, but so.
And I'll say another thing. Max has been here for a week here at the show, and he brought his friend Nicholas, and Nick had the opportunity to do an internship with Fanuc over the summer in Cincinnati, Ohio. And so I said, well, bring Nick down to IMTS and have him get to have that experience. He's already connected to the industry. And so these guys came, they got the chance to be on this show and on camera, all different times, experience the show, talk to people. They were so energized by it, so happy to be here. I went to dinner with just the three of us the second night we were here, and they're like, for people like us, for young people, they have to come to the show. They have to experience it. Like Nick is a manufacturing engineering student, so he's going to get his master's in manufacturing engineering from Alabama, Roll Tide. And he said, it's amazing the way I perceive the industry today versus 2 days ago before I came to IMTS. And he's like, you just got to see it. You got to be able to touch it, feel it, to really feel that energy and just see what the opportunities are. So we really, as an industry, have to work really hard to bring our friends, our family, this next generation here to this and bring it to them through like an IMTS Plus.
So when it comes to telling the story of manufacturing, that we worked and helped build the MFG Day Manufacturing Day brand and
Sure.
launched it and turned it out there. And we've been really working hard to look at the perceptions of manufacturing and reaching out to thousands of students. But as time has gone on, to what extent do you think we have reached or are nearing the tipping point of having to shift from trying to change perceptions to continue creating perceptions? Because there are so many young people who have zero context to manufacturing. Because manufacturing for a long time, for a large part, has not been that dirty, that whole repetitive. It hasn't been all the cliches. Do you see a point, or in now or in the near horizon, of a tipping point where we're on telling our story in our own terms without anything dragging on it?
Yeah, I'd say there's still work to be done. No doubt about it. I've been in and around this industry for 25 years. There's definitely a change. There's definitely a change in the facilities themselves have gotten more high tech. So 25 years ago and beyond, they were a bit more of the dirty, hardcore manufacturing conceptually. I think that the industry has actually evolved in that time frame as well.
Yes.
Technology has risen and it continues to faster and faster and faster. So that rate is increasing, accelerating more and more each year. And so the industry's maturing and getting stronger, and the awareness is also happening in tandem with that, but there's a lot of work to be done.
For sure.
You got these two students, mechanical engineering students, manufacturing engineering students, coming here, and they still are like, I needed to be here to see it, and I'm studying it. I'm in it right now, and I've been studying it I've got my undergrad already, So there's work to be done. But there's a ton of students here. There's a ton of young people here. I will say that this IMTS, for me, my perception is that it was a bit of a turning point, and it maybe has something to do with COVID. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that we've been separated for so long that we appreciate more authentically the chance to come back together. Like people are really genuinely more excited about that, I think. And it's not just like, hey, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
No, it's like, hey, it is really good to see you, right?
It's just such a good vibe on the floor. I can't explain it. For me, it comes down to a conversation I had with Scott MacKenzie, one of the influencers here, on a podcast we recorded on Industrial Strength Marketing podcast for a while back, and it was really the theme was there's the resolution to get back to manufacturing, get back to IMTS. And everyone who's come in here, and keep in mind, this is pretty unbiased situation, what we're doing in the Creators Lounge. It's like, just be yourself, tell your true story, because it's just not going to be real, and we just got to be ready to hear what we're going to hear. But like, not a person has come in here and said like, this is a very great experience. They're having real connection that went from, you know, the tone of competition to like coopetition.
Yeah.
And that, you know, these are old friends, old rivals, you shake hands when you get off the playing field.
Yeah.
Those things have been really happening. And that, you know, the people have, and another thing we've heard in terms of the storytelling, you know, because people are, this is the big show. It's show your engineering prowess. We get to finally show this amazing things that never existed before that we've created, these new products. So the engineers, it's their show. It's the marketers who have told, who are here to help tell the stories, and it's their show.
Yeah.
It's the businesses to talk about the brand and where it's going. It's their show. It's the people on all of the programming here at the show to talk about the students and show off manufacturing to the Student Summit and all the great conferences and attractions that are going on here. IMTS has been extremely, extremely successful as communicated by over 40, sessions and recordings and interviews, and, with at least 60 people that we've spoken to here.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good sampling from all different, groups. So what are the signals that you're getting about like what's ultimately going to be the story of IMTS 2022?
I think people have a voice, or we're giving them more of an opportunity to have a voice. And people are really, this industry, you create things, you make things, you tangibly make things with your hands. You create wealth, you create new products, and that feels really good. And you have a group of people that maybe didn't have the opportunity to share that story. Now we're giving them and digital technologies is helping this greatly, giving them the means by which they can tell their story, and they're all of a sudden so excited to share it. And people, and they're around a group of people that want to hear it, want to discover what is your story. And so it's sort of this awakening, this opening of letting all those small individual stories kind of permeate out into the industry. I mean, this has been a chance to see so many different perspectives and aspects of the fabric that is manufacturing.
Absolutely. And the fabric, that's super important, because there's the fabric is got different strands now in it. Over very intentionally in programming for the Creators Lounge, we set out to seek out a very diversified audience. We've had young female apprentice. Over half of the programming there has been a young, aspiring, mature woman in manufacturing involved. Yeah. It's here. You just have to make sure. We just spoke with SW North America, and it was their chief sales officer, but it was also their marketing director, and she was here. Jennifer was here with us, and this is what it's always been there.
Yeah.
And what we've seen is the fabric of manufacturing has changed, and you can see it here. You cannot go down an aisle in 2022 and not see a more diverse manufacturing community.
Yeah.
This is the most diverse it's been so far, and there's work to do.
But you can see progress. There's no doubt about it. And it's
Absolutely.
Authentic. It's real progress. Women, we have this program here at IMTS, Women Make Manufacturing Move. And that's by design. That's a program that is developed to help, keep that movement going. But that movement is well on its way. And there are a significant amount of women in very high and influential positions within this industry that are just moving forward, and you see it. and it's natural, and people of color, and there is a genuine change that has. It's not starting. We're well into the continuum.
It's so wonderful, isn't it?
Yep.
And so as we kind of look forward, and you think about IMTS Plus, this physical show will wind down. People will go home. Yet IMTS Plus will remain. What is your hope? What do you see ahead for IMTS Plus? And it could be a hope or it could be actual programming, but what is your real hope for the show going on?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I'm already starting my IMTS hangover. You get to this day in the show and you start to almost get like a little sad that like you got this euphoria and then it's like, oh, it's coming to an end.
I'm still feeling the love. I'm missing you because I know we're not going to see each other.
Right.
I got that same vibe.
so hopefully IMTS Plus can help bridge that gap, right? And keep the important conversations going, the connectivity there, the highlighting the voices of manufacturing, and really the hallmark of IMTS Plus by design was really video from the very beginning to really showcase authentically and with a high production value to make it interesting and exciting the people and the places, the manufacturers, the manufacturing facilities, the technologies that make this industry so great. So we want to keep telling those stories and wrap that with other things that can help this industry move forward, knowledge and connectivity, ways to connect with each other through that platform. And so it's a means to keep this vibe going throughout the non-show years, but nothing can really replace this week of connectivity.
Well, I think that's amazing. I do think I can't wait 2 years.
Yeah.
We're going to have to find a way to get the band together.
Oh, we will.
We got to do a few jam sessions. You know what I mean? Make some music.
No doubt.
I do think that as we really look at, the show, which is what I'm calling it now in my mind, because it's just the show. Come on. We got the best one.
And it's important to say, too, and this just occurred to me, I mean, it's not about the show, right? It's about the industry. It's about manufacturing and the importance of manufacturing. And the reason I think IMTS is so successful is because it is inclusive. Like, that would be the word I would use. It is opening the door and setting up this couch and setting up these cameras and giving and inviting people in to tell their story. It is reaching out to all the different aspects, the media, the international associations, having all of the exhibitors here bring in their families and their customers and promote it. It's just that inclusivity that makes this thing so dynamic.
On that note, I just want to thank you as someone, who comes from a family that came up in the projects, Puerto Ricans from the Bronx, and we've known each other for many years and we've gotten to know and like and begin to trust for you to bring in, us inclusively in industrial strength marketing and the industrial studios team to partner with you to literally create from scratch the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge.
Yeah.
And, so if you're watching this on the live stream, online, or maybe a little later, I think what you're seeing here is like his words in action. And I just want to thank you as we wrap up for giving us this opportunity to live by our words and create and tell stories that matter. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you, James. I appreciate the opportunity, and you guys do a great job, and that's why we invite you, because it's a world-class event, and you need the best people to really authentically, and I've used that word a ton of times, but that's the thing. Make it authentic. Get the right people that can really bring the authentic experience to the show.
On that note, I appreciate you, my friend.
Here.
Boom. All right.
That was fun.
Yeah. And that's it.
That's a wrap?
We're done. We're wrapped. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. We're out rolling. We're good.
Hi, MB80V. You're doing such a great job, and I'm doing everything I can for us to be together. Please don't forget me. Please don't get sold without me. If this is love, I just don't know, but soon we'll be together. But in the meantime, Mitch Free is going to be interviewing Greg Ryrick, Regional Sales Manager at KGK Cebu.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Hello, IMTS 2022. I'm Mitch Free here with Greg Wyrick from KGK. Looking forward to having a great conversation. Follow us with the hashtag #WeAreAllCreators. Hey, out there. And yes, and KGK represents Cebu. Yeah, exactly. And so, Greg, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's been a great show. Lots of people. I'm glad that now that COVID's over, that everybody can return.
It's good to see
all
people.
the familiar faces,
right?
You know, that we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah.
So it's great to be back.
Right, right. And so you guys are here. Did you bring a lot of machines with you?
Yes. We brought 2 machines, and then we have an Aruoa ERC-80 robot that we're loading 32 pallets. It can be configured with 64 pallets. It's not quite the same as a graphite mill. So you might have hundreds of pallets for all the different graphite sizes.
Okay.
So for your electrodes. But
Good.
for the wire, it cuts a lot slower.
Yeah.
So you would just never need that many
Yeah.
positions. But a lot of our customers across the country have had a lack of employees. No one applies for a job. They
This is one of the most talked about subjects, right? It's just the lack of people wanting to work. Let's back up a little bit. Tell me a little bit. We'll get to Cebu in a moment.
Okay.
But tell me a little bit about KGK.
So KGK, we're the importer of Cebu. KGK has been around for numbers and numbers of years. We left America maybe 20, 25 years ago, and then we came back in 2015.
Okay.
So,
And what lines are you selling?
Kent, Cebu, and then we're selling Mandeli on the northeast, Shibora, a couple other lines.
Yeah. So, we've been through COVID. Maybe we're in a recession. There's inflation going on. But what are you seeing in general in the market? People buying machines?
Oh my gosh, yes. People are, I get quote after quote, inquiry after inquiry. Everywhere I go, people are just busy. I would say the biggest market that I see right now would be the medical device market is being really just booming.
Right.
The next aerospace defense.
Yeah.
After that,
and people are telling you they can get all the work they want if they just had the people and the machines.
Correct. Gun manufacturing.
Okay.
The only one that I've really noticed that's a little bit slow is automotive die stamping work. Building prog dies for the automotive industry.
Okay, sure.
That seems to be a little slow.
Yeah.
But other than that, the businesses seem to be really flourishing
And
right
people
now.
are pretty optimistic.
Oh, very optimistic.
Yeah.
Not just for today, but for a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. They're getting contract after contract.
Yeah.
So, and the one thing I've also noticed traveling all over the country is everyone's building new buildings or expanding their buildings because they're growing so much. They need that space, that extra manufacturing capacity.
I wonder if we're
employees.
I wonder if we're kind of in a transition from really small job shops to there are going to be less, but they're going to be bigger.
Oh yeah. I would say that the let's say the traditional mom and pop shop, might be, going away maybe a little bit, but oh yeah, I think the bigger and bigger shops, it's so difficult to find talent right now.
And that's where a lot of the automation is coming
Yeah.
in, like you were talking about. People are bringing in these Aroa systems with robot handling and other systems. They're just trying to add automation and productivity.
Oh yeah, whether it's Fanuc, Eroa or Okuma, all the different brands are adapting to keep that manufacturing engine alive, with the lack of employees.
We're at an interesting point in time. Like the demand is higher than ever. This is like a gold rush, in my opinion. If you're in the business and you can execute, then there is again all that you can possibly handle.
Oh, definitely. If your team with your another big is that quality control.
Yes.
If the QC at your manufacturing company has you, dialed in and that you're making that quality, yes, I think that these companies in the future have endless opportunities.
Yeah.
You know, and especially maybe trying to bring manufacturing back to America.
Yeah. And the only way that happens is through automation.
Automation, yes.
You're not going to do it with labor. One, the labor is not there, and the labor, when you do find it, it's costly compared to what would be overseas.
Correct.
So we have to apply that automation. And so let's talk a little bit about one of your lines that I'm very familiar with, because in full disclosure, I have one, and am super delighted. So talk to us about Cebu. Like, who is that company, and where did it come from, and why have people not heard about it before?
Well, we were the first ones in 1972 to come out with a full CNC wire EDM. Agi was the first one in 1969 to come out with wire EDM, but we were the first CNC. So
Cebu invented the first
CNC
wire EDM.
Yeah.
And it was in where?
In Japan.
In Japan.
In Japan in 1972.
Yeah.
So Cebu primarily has focused on the Asian markets.
Mhm.
So we're really big in China, believe it or not, all over Japan. So in the last, since KGK has been the importer, we've been growing our American market share.
Right.
So the demand that we're getting is increasing greatly. Just quotes, machines being sold, everything. So our factory is at capacity.
Yeah.
They don't have any extra machines. So we found out that
So are you having to compete? Are you having to compete with them, trying to sell them to other places of the world?
Yes.
And you're like, hey, I need some for America.
Yes, but we just got word. The director of Cebu was here at the show, Mr. Matsushita, that they're building a new factory, and it should be fully operational by September of 2024 to hopefully double the output of machines. So our biggest market is China.
Okay.
But the factory does not want to just focus on that market, because what if China becomes slow?
It's always risky to have a customer
all your eggs in one
concentration, right?
basket. Yeah.
It is. But the machine, I mean, I got to tell you, we took a bit of a leap of faith, right? I didn't really know much about Cebu. I read what I was able to read, and I was in the market for a wire EDM, and I looked at all the usual suspects. But once I started reading the pedigree, I said, you know what, I'm going to take a flyer on this. And I got to tell you, I'm going to be an evangelist, that I am so happy we did. That machine is freaking incredible.
Yeah, Mitch, I had a shop years ago, okay, and I had another brand of machines. And back in the 90s, Charmi was like one of the top brands, okay? They had the best threader.
Yeah.
Well, all that's, changed now. So with Cebu...
how long has Cebu been doing automatic threading?
Oh, for decades. We're on our fourth generation of threader. So with the machine being 100% made in Japan, we don't outsource the parts. Everything is assembled in Japan. We're able to hold the quality of the machine, let's say, to a higher standard. But it's just not those standards. It's the years and years of all the technology in the generator, from all the experience, from years, and it's all built into the machine.
Yeah.
So with our customers, they don't need to buy, let's say, the elite machine, the 1 micron machine.
Yeah.
Most customers in America have a 3 micron machine. Well, they're like, oh, yeah.
You think about that, 3 microns, right?
Yeah. I know. So that's over the entire stroke of the machine. Wow. So let's say if a customer set up, let's say, 15 or 20 different fixture offsets on there, maybe they don't need the 3 microns on the piece that they're doing, but that location all over the table, it's there.
Wow.
So like if you were using, Eroa tooling to hold your parts, or a 3R tooling, to hold your parts, that location is there. So all of our machines will do the same dimensional accuracy and the same surface finish. Okay, it's just from the 3 micron machine to the 2 micron to the 1 micron. We even have a 0.5 micron machine.
0.5 micron.
Yeah.
I mean, the tolerances we're able to hold, the surface finishes we're able to get,
Yeah.
and the repeat, just consistency of the threader working, everything
Yeah.
working, far exceeded our expectations.
And one of the differences.
And by the way, there's a lot of good brands of wiring.
Oh, yes.
There's a lot of good brands out there.
Yeah.
And we think this is even on the top, though. We think
Yeah.
this is on the top.
With a lot of the brands in the last, let's say, 10 years, 15 years, have switched to linear motors. So we still use ball screws. And what sets us apart, too, is that we hand scrape.
Yeah.
So like the ball lock anchors are hand scraped.
Yeah.
So we're able to hold those tolerances, okay?
Yeah.
Different than the other, because I think that linear motors have actually really helped machining, okay? On a sinker, okay? That linear motor on there can go up and down so much faster.
Yeah.
Maybe not on a heavy, real
Sure.
heavy electrode, but or on a different machining center, let's say like a Rotor's graphite mill, increase the speeds and feeds to make that electrode. But then, if you're, hard milling a part or something,
Yeah.
and you're going to have like a Yazda machining center, it's
Right.
all ball screw
Oh, yeah.
machine. So, it's just a different thinking between the manufacturers.
Right.
But with Cebu, they really only make wire machines.
Yeah.
They aren't making the other, so their concentration
They're
is
not
on
making
that.
sinkers, they're not making
Right.
drills.
Yeah. We make a really high-end, like Swiss style lathe.
Yeah.
That's like sub-micron, but it's something they only make maybe 10 a month or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. And the other thing that I think is interesting is the core stitch technology. The stitching technology.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, sure. So we have a patent on that.
Mhm.
And so for like a die block punch plate stripper,
Yeah.
on the rough cut, when the wire cuts, it actually slows itself down, and then it welds a 1 millimeter thick weld, maybe 3 millimeters long, to hold the core on. So it allows you to have your operator run other machines. So it'll stitch all those slugs. The traditional way, you'd either have to drop the slug, then the
Yeah.
operator has to raise the Z,
Yeah.
pull the slug out, or you'd have to hold it on with the tab. And then you have to go back and then recut it. It takes a long time.
Mhm.
So it kind of almost automates.
It's nice. I mean, it holds
Yeah.
the slug in there.
Yeah.
It doesn't fall through, doesn't damage anything.
Right.
And you just, when you take your part off, you just tap it.
Tap
then
it
you,
right out.
And then you take a little emery paper and take it away.
A really, let's say, to help automate,
Yeah.
for the core stitch feature, we have something called core catcher. So it's a piston that mounts to the upper head,
Okay.
and it has a drive pin. So let's say you have 50 cores in a block. So it'll go around after they're all stitched, knock the core into a basket, and then the basket will go to the upper right-hand corner of the machine, dump those cores out, and then keep running.
Wow.
Now, let's say there's a core that's too big.
Yeah.
Well, the software knows that it's too big,
big.
and it'll skip over it, finish the other ones. So maybe your operator in the morning only has 1 core, 2 cores to knock out,
Mhm.
finish the skim. So it allows it for the machine to run, 24 hours a day
Yeah.
to get the utilization out of your machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
that's fantastic. And so, how do you? So, Cebu comes to the. So, one of the things that we're doing here is we're working on. We're thinking about stories and content creators and marketing and getting the word out. All right. So you come to America with this incredible machine, and everybody is like, "Who's Cebu?" So, what did you do? How do you make sure people know this machine is out there?
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
On a brand that's not known, in America. So it's not, let's say, code calling or everything. It's actually knocking on people's doors, showing them sample parts, offering to do test cuts, for the customers. Hey, look at, maybe a shop has a really difficult part for their machine, and here, we could cut that part for you. Let us show you, that our machine, is better. I think with the all made in Japan too, to really stress that aspect of it, because a lot of manufacturers now are making machines in China, or maybe outsourcing the parts to China. So only their elite models are made in Japan or made in Switzerland, where the lower models are made, so the quality for EDM just isn't there.
So that's a good question for people to ask if they're looking at wire EDMs, is just ask where it was made, right?
Yes.
That's a good qualifying question.
Yeah, because people think that all wire EDMs can cut to these incredible tolerances. Well, if it was just like a punch, maybe with the offsets, some of the other brands, but if you're going to cut, large parts, intricate parts, that's where the different, quality of the machine, that craftsmanship really come into play.
So when I think about price, okay, I get it. It's made in Japan. It's high quality. It's super accurate. It's got those great features. How is it compared to the other brands in the market?
Okay,
price wise,
right? So we're very competitively priced. Okay. So
it's not going to be double.
No. Actually, our 1 micron machine, which is a 14 by 20 travel, there's really only one other manufacturer that even has a machine. It's not as accurate as that, but their machine is quite a bit more money than ours.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're actually.
So it's good value.
Oh, it's a very good value.
Yeah. And what control are you putting on it?
Okay. Well, right now we have a FANUC Smart NC control on there. So in the past, we had our own control. The machine outlasted the control. All the customers were mad. So we're using a FANUC control with our software and FANUC servos, because 15 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, you can get a FANUC repaired or replaced.
True.
And it's not like a proprietary board that a lot of other manufacturers use. They might not have. They stop supporting it. It's very expensive. So that aspect,
Yeah. We've got about a minute and a half left, so I want to ask you one important question. Is there any innovation left in wire EDM? Is it going to get any better? It seems like it's so good right now. What does the future look like?
I'm not sure if the speed will ever increase.
Yeah.
Now, maybe for 3D metal printing cutting off, that technology, but people have a misconception. Speed does not equate to high accuracy in wire EDM.
No.
So I don't know if that jump will ever come.
Yeah.
I think it's just making the machine better, less wear parts, less maintenance for the operator.
Easier to use.
But less maintenance. Run for much longer times.
Good deal. Okay, we're going to wrap it up. Greg, you and I could talk for hours, and there's so much more. Well, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
I really appreciate it.
I enjoy every time visiting your company. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's Mitch Free, IMTS 2022. Follow the hashtag #WeAreAllCreators.
A fantastic interview facilitated by Mitch Free with Greg Wyrick, Regional Sales Manager at KGK Cebu. I am here in the nerve center of the Industrial Studios Creators Lounge. Ooh, so much wonderful tech back here, making everything flawless. We have an amazing team. And because we have such an amazing team, we are going to take a little break. So why don't you go ahead, head to the kitchen, make a sandwich, but don't turn off the stream. We will be back in half an hour with more amazing interviews.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Mary here, live from IMTS 2022 Creators Lounge. You're in for a treat. We hope you had a really great snack break. Did you make a sandwich? Was it delicious? I certainly hope so. We're so glad that you are back with us here to catch a fantastic interview led by James Soto. He will be interviewing Brent Holden, president at Heimer.
Let's go boom.
Welcome to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. Hello, IMTS. Hit that hashtag. We are all creators. I am so excited to have my friend Brent Holden, Presidente of Heimer, here at IMTS. Welcome.
Thank you, James. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. It's nice to sit down after a long week so far. So,
I had a guest earlier, and he said the best thing about it was the sofa.
So if you're here, you can definitely sense the sense of appreciation in terms of how comfortable the couch is. You're looking very relaxed now. And we also have, for all of you who've been watching, we have Mitch Free here, one of our influencers in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. And we're here just to make some friends, tell some manufacturing stories. And so, Mitch, you have met Brent. Brent, you've met Mitch.
Yes,
let's talk a little bit about that and how that went down.
Yeah, so I'm fortunate enough to be the host of Season 2 for MSC's Tooling Up. And one of the brands that MSC was kind enough to let me talk about is Heimer. And Brent and I got to have a great interview together. And its story is fascinating. And I'm hoping we're going to relive some of that because his background coming up. And then starting, I'm going to steal too much of your thunder, but Heimer USA is a great story, so a lot to talk about here.
Yeah, I think so as well. So you were the pioneer.
For Heimer USA, yes. I was the one who started it with my wife 20 years ago, so we're celebrating our 20th anniversary here, and then we've actually made a big deal about it at IMTS, so it's kind of cool. That's how we decided to celebrate it, and no better place to do it than here. And so my wife and I, we were the first subsidiary of Heimer. Heimer's a family-run company from Germany. At the time, 2002, Heimer had about 100 employees, 0 outside of Germany. And so it was kind of a learning curve. We now have 850 employees globally, 500 in Germany, and 15 different subsidiaries. But we were the starting one. We did it out of the house. God bless my wife. She really did so much for us. She would work 15-hour days, and I was running around the country trying to sell this stuff. And now we're 20 years into it. So.
And still married. That's a testament.
Yeah, we're not working together anymore. We figured that's probably best to keep us still married. But yes, so
my wife and I have adjoining offices with a pocket door, and there are times where one of us walks over and slams it closed.
Not surprised.
And then we go home and we make up. But there are days.
Yep, I bet. So, yeah.
You know, how many manufacturing family stories are out there? And you know, you with your wife, there were some challenging times there. Just when you think about your story, like in those early days, what was that like?
It was challenging. I mean, because we had to figure out how to support ourselves. I will say this, and I don't want to take anything away from the Heimer family, because they certainly backed us and gave us the ability to get this done. And they did everything they said they would do. My biggest fear going into it was, the U.S. market, we use inch product, we use Cat 40, Cat 50. Yeah. It's the only place that does. So they had never made any of that. And, before starting, I said, yeah, this was fun. Let's give it a shot. I knew the product was awesome. I knew the family was really good. But I said, I need this. And I'll tell you, we moved into our facility, where we finally got a facility about a year after starting. And by that point, and moving in, I had full inventory of Cat 40, Cat 50 inch products. So that helped, really us go. But that first year, we had to kind of figure out what can we sell. in order to get to the point of moving the product enough to then wait until we get our Cat 40, Cat 50R-inch product. But it was a lot of challenges. I would say the first, and you, Mitch, you run a business. I mean, the first 7 years were really tough, but we persevered, got through that, and some financial crises in the middle there too.
If there weren't some, it wouldn't be a real story. Right?
That's right.
I learned early on, businesses do not go linear. And there's going to be those cycles and those dips, and there's times where you're going to question yourself and should I just go get a job?
Yeah. Right.
But then you persevere through that, and it's every bit worth it.
It was, and we were lucky. I always feel I was blessed. I had great partnerships with different machine tool builders. I had great partnerships with different salesmen that I got to meet, manufacturers reps who started to rep our product, and also once I started to be able to hire people, it really was some awesome people that helped make this happen. So, I mean, a lot of luck thrown in there, too, meeting the right people at the right time, but it all contributed to where we are today.
So getting to know you and getting to know Mitch and working together on, MSC's Tooling Up, it just strikes me that, there's just moments where you just see that story and all those folks that get us here. And Mitch, in his story at MSC, was talking about, I started this business with my wife, Shireen, and he said, at the moment, I just couldn't have a better partner. Yeah. And that just really struck me because he was saying it and feeling it. We weren't like trying to go to tape at that point, and it was really how he felt. And you have those belly of the whale moments, don't you? With obviously I'm a founder and CEO as well, and I remember in a real tough time is around the Great Recession, and it was very tough. Those things that had to happen. Those deals that needed to happen.
Yep.
I think we had a lot of this with the uncertainty over the last few years, and I remember my wife saying, James, no matter what happens, none of the rest of this stuff matters. Let's just rock the double wide if need be. And and it was like completely though like just relieving. It let off the steam, and when you have that backing of Heimer family and Shireen and your wife, and it's just amazing how much we can accomplish. And but it takes a good woman, it takes a good man to support each other. And one of the things in speaking with you about Heimer is every time you talk about them, it was innovation, the family innovation, their thinking. It was, you had someone not just supporting you, but always thinking about problem solving.
Yep.
And, but I also want to give you kudos, Brent, because I've been here all week. Every time I hear from someone regarding your team, your brand, and you, they're saying you're good people.
Oh, that's great.
And your brand,
exactly.
You are I've been hearing it. And so if you're out there in the live stream and you're hearing the story of Heimer and Brent, I just want to let you know you've built a great team, a great culture, and the people and and everything that stems from it, really go well beyond the brand. So congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a testament to how well you've just done the right thing by customers, because they're raving fans. So.
Yeah, that's true, and I just really do appreciate the loyalty of our customers, especially this week. I mean, coming and seeing everyone again, and then them talking about how much they like our stuff or different things they're excited about, new technologies they're seeing for the first time. Yeah. So it is cool. And I gotta again go back to the Heimers. They, being the family company, they kept it very simple. They said there's 3 core values we have. The one is that the employee is the center of our corporation. It's not the product. The product is fantastic, and we're lucky in that because of our innovation and everything else. But we value our employees, or we try our best. Next thing is the satisfaction of our customers, the satisfaction of our daily jobs. We want our customers to be happy, and that's what sounds like you're hearing, that they like working with us.
They do.
And then the final one, I'll just throw it in real quick, Mitch, is the golden rule. That we really do post that, treat people the way you want to be treated. And again, we're not perfect, but we try our best.
Yeah. So as people come to your booth here, what's everyone gravitating towards?
Well, for sure, I would say it has to do with 2 things. One, the cutting tools. So we've really put, everyone knows us for our shrink fit, preset balancing equipment, our tool holders. Our tool holders are still a majority of our sales for machining centers, but I think they're surprised. One, we we were lucky enough to get the booth right in the front of the West Hall, so that was a first for us, which was just super. We jumped on the opportunity. Yeah, we'll keep it. It's a huge booth. We were I was a little nervous, but it's been a great week. And so we put in the front corner our cutting tool offering, because not many people know we make cutting tools. We invent a lot of things like safe lock, dual lock, some of these inventions. So they like to see that right out of the gate. Yeah. And then the rest is some digitalization, some automation that we're trying, because everyone's talking about automation, and we're trying to get part of that too. So all geared towards setting up your tool holder assemblies for the milling machines consistent each and every time. Yep. So we have a shrink fit automation cube. We've got digital things to connect the shrinker to the presetter to the balancer. Yeah. So they're really, I think, gravitating towards those things.
That's all. I'm going to go technical for a second. From the presetter, can you guys transfer that data straight to the machine?
We can. So we're showing that. We actually have 2 different machine tool controls in our booth. We don't have machines in our machining centers, but we have the controls. So we show how we can send the data from the presetter directly to the machine tool.
That's fantastic.
We also show how we could theoretically transfer it. Well, not theoretically, but we don't have a machine, but how we can put a BALF chip or some sort of data chip, Joigner, where we can then transfer the data via an RFID chip. And then finally, we're showing with a QR code, which can be printed on a label or a hard QR code that can go on the tool holder, and then allows you to kind of track what's going on when the tool holder's over by the machine.
That is money, because as people get back that time that they were spent qualifying tools in the machine, I mean, the ROI on those presetters is just incredible.
It's probably the fastest ROI I've ever seen. We have an ROI calculator, and I was amazed when we worked this thing out. I mean, you really find that you typically pay for a presetter within 6 months.
Easily. Yeah, I agree.
And it gets funny a little bit because we have different models. We've got starter models and really advanced models. But when you break it down in the ROI, yes, the more advanced ones are going to cost more money. But when you put it the ROI, you might say, okay, I'll get entry-level one, and within 6 months it's paid off. Yeah. But the advanced one might be paid off in 9 months. And then this thing's going to last 20 years. So that we try to make that message clear that, there's different price points, different sophistications, and different capabilities, but don't get too hung up on the price, because when you get to the point where it's going to pay off in 9 months rather than 6 months but last 20 years, it becomes a no-brainer.
By the way, I bought 2 of these machining centers on the other side of the window here.
Oh, nice.
And I'm going to need like 300 Cat 40 for the big plus spindles.
I know where to get it. I know where you can get it,
You took my punchline. I was about to say, hey, Brett, real quick. Mitch has been on a buying spree.
Both of them have the matrix tool changers with 160, 180 tools.
We'll come visit you and make sure you get the right stuff.
I'm looking forward to that, and a presetter.
Yeah, perfect. Awesome.
So speaking of your wife, Shireen, he's going to be asking for the checkbook again.
Yes.
This was your shopping tour, right?
Yeah. Well, luckily she was here.
It's always dangerous, you come to these shows, and sometimes either the man or the woman, depending who's working in the industry, comes on a shopping tour at this show, and the other one goes shopping around Chicago. So both end up spending a lot of money.
Mine was the opposite. We're both here, and we were looking at 2 machining centers, and she said, let's just get both. And I'm like,
oh, wow, that's awesome. You got the green light,
Yeah.
I think he gave her a hug on the spot when that happened.
Yeah, that's super.
So that's the family affair. That's, manufacturing businesses, and there's just so many great people behind us and making this happen. And, it's been just such a great, just a great thing to be able to get to know you a little bit, because we've been actually creating content together.
Yeah.
We've been capturing your story, and you're working with MSC as a strategic supplier to, provide a lot of, value to their audience, to your partner, through your channels. And as you think about, as we kind of wrap up here, as you think about the story you want to tell, that people want to feel, and gives them what they need to know, but and gets them something that they're compelled to do. What's the story, if there's one thing you want to get across here, and to our audience out there that are watching us on the live stream?
Well, I think the story. Excuse me. The end of the week, my voice is going away. The story really is that with Heimer, you're always going to find innovation. I mean, I know it sounds cliched, but it's so true. I mean, I've been going to the Heimer factory for over 22 years, and we're making tool holders, and every time I go there, something's changed in our own production, and it blows my mind because we could sit back and say, yeah, we know how to make tool holders, and then it is what it is. We never change, but it's constantly changing, constantly innovating. And on that note, what ends up helping our customers, we feel, or we hope, is that since we are a very high production facility, we make 4,000 tool holders a day, we really have to make parts. So we have to keep up for our own production. So we need to make sure we have the latest and greatest technologies. And then when we make the other products that we can sell to the customer, they hopefully see the same thing, that they can take that and run with it and be as productive as they can.
We got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do to be
Yeah.
productive and
Yeah.
efficient, and that's what we're trying to accomplish when we sell our stuff to our customers.
So we're all doing so you're doing it, they're having to do it, and keeping industry in motion.
Yep.
So we have a little something here. Is you've got a couple beer, like what's happening here, Brent? What's happening in the booth? What are you guys up to here? This looks.
Yeah, this is
the best our table has looked all this time.
Well, it's great. Yeah, this is kind of a fun story. So we have an office in Querétaro, Mexico, central part of Mexico, and I've got a good friend at Hermela Machine Tool, and we occasionally stay at the same hotel. And across the street from the hotel, no surprise, there's an Irish bar. Every town, I think, has an Irish bar. So we went to this Irish bar one night, and we see this, and not just me, it's a couple of other people from Hermela, a wooden monk, kind of a drunken-looking monk. And so what we did, we said, wouldn't that be cool to make that at IMTS? And sure enough, we put our heads together. I did very little, I got to say. I provided the tool holders and the cutting tools. Hermela Machine Tool actually programmed it, and they actually machined it, and it's in our booth, it's in their booth. And then we said, let's make a story around this too. So we decided, okay, let's call him Sepp. So in Germany, I learned if you're named Joseph, a lot of times people call you Sepp. It's like the second half of the name.
Yeah.
So we made Sepp, and then we made a beer. Being German, we figured that's important. And we also wanted to spread the news of, hey, let's get back together. We've been away for 4 years. So what do you do when you get back together? You have a drink. You with friends, you have a beer.
Yeah.
So we created a beer. We had it brewed. It's an Oktoberfest style beer. And we called the beer Sepp, and we made some glasses. So it's been a really fun story to tell. And it's amazing machining, too. I
hope that comes with Cat 40 tool holders.
It could. So, yeah.
So, well, I'm going to go hydrate to keep my voice going.
Okay.
But why don't we have a big cheers to all the great people on the Heimer USA team that have worked so hard to get you out here, get you to IMTS, so that you can build your business, you can serve industry. So why don't we give a big cheers to all the families, all our wives, all our teams, Industrial Studios, AMT, Industrial Safe Marketing, ZYCI, everyone here on our creators team and influencers team. So here's to you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers
Cheers.
to the Heimer team.
Cheers.
Prost.
Cheers. Salud.
Cheers. Salud.
Thanks so much. That's a wrap.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Let's go boom.
So welcome to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. Hi, I'm James Soto, founder and CEO of Industrial Strength Marketing. We are so excited to have America's cutting edge representatives from IACME, the Advanced Composite Institute, Focused Institute. And there's just some amazing things happening at ACE. And I'm really happy here to have Tony and Mark. So we want to get to know you guys a little bit and just learn a little bit about who you are, you know, where you are, and why it's important. So just to help us understand a little bit about you guys. So you know what brings you to IMTS?
Yeah, thanks, James. So IMTS is an opportunity to see all the technology that's been developed, but in particular, I'm here because we're representing ACE in the Smart Force Student Summit. And we rolled out a first little training exercise for students that has been wildly successful. We piloted it here, and now we'll start pushing it into high schools and middle schools.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. What were your impressions of the Student Summit so far?
I was surprised by the number of high school students in particular that are in CNC machining training programs in their high school. I think I was unaware of the number of programs that were out there. And when they came to our booth, they were so engaged and understood why we thought this was important. We didn't have to tell them why.
Wow, that's good. And it's good to be surprised in a good way, right?
Yes.
That's for sure.
Very good.
Yeah, so Mark, tell us a little bit about, you know, how you guys have connected and a little bit about you and where you've been focused.
Yeah, great. So I'm Mark Morrison. I work with IACME, the Composites Institute, but really I'm here because of ACE, America's Cutting Edge, and it's a program that we think is revolutionizing the way, or trying to help revolutionize the way that we reach younger people and to go in the profession of manufacturing, with a focus certainly on machine tooling. So Tony has created this really neat program, a novel program that allows students to kind of explore whether you got zero knowledge of CNC machining or whether you're, you know, getting a PhD, but really it allows you to go in and explore what is this about, and he can certainly give the specifics, but we kind of call Tony the ACE evangelist. He's very, very well known, one of the foremost leaders when it comes to machine tooling and knowledge and leadership and education, curriculum based, and he's got 1 foot in the research. Maybe he's got 2 feet in the research and tech innovation, but also in the education component. So he's a joint fellow at Oak Ridge National Lab, but also at University of Tennessee. But he's here today because he helped create the curriculum for America's Cutting Edge. So
if you can give this, to our live streaming audience, can you give like the story, the origin story of the hero story of ACE, and where it started, where it is, and what's that opportunity for our next generation?
Yeah. Okay. So hero story begins with a hero, and that's Adele Ratcliffe from the Department of Defense Industrial Base Analysis and Sustainment Program. She's taken a leadership position in understanding the development, research, and workforce needs in machine tools. So she began with a vision that became America's Cutting Edge, which then, through discussions actually on the floor in 2018 here at IMTS, is where this plan was hatched. And so Oak Ridge National Laboratory was pivotal in that plan. I have a 50% position there, 50% at the university. And so that's the research and development portion of ACE.
And Adele was here. We interviewed her right here, too.
Oh, terrific.
So it's been fantastic. The thread has continued.
If you've talked with Adele, you know what I'm talking about. She is a leader through and through.
And someone when they, show up on military time versus normal time, she's bringing it, and together you're getting things done. So Adele gets this, spearheads this with you, brings it up and it starts to come to reality. So as you know, our focus on our workforce and ACE, you know, for folks outside looking in, you know, what is that value proposition? What is that story that you're telling them, you know, about ACE and what it can do and what it means for others?
Yeah, that's right. So we began with online content, which was very well suited to when we started, which was during the pandemic. And that content is free and is inclusive. So I think a lot of times we attempt to teach the way that we were taught. I tried not to do that with this curriculum. I wanted anyone to be able to engage in this curriculum regardless of your knowledge level. And so the online portion begins with assuming you know nothing about machining, but as it proceeds, it introduces topics that somebody who's already an expert in machining can learn more. Specifically, I talk a lot about machining dynamics, or how do vibrations during machining influence the best parameters that you would select in your software. So I've had lots of seasoned professionals who have engaged in the content just for that reason. Mm-hmm. And then we wrap it up. We have an app that I wrote that's released with the content that lets you simulate machining without needing to be in front of a machine tool. So it shows you force and vibration. It plays the sound of the cutting force so that you can hear what it would be like as if you were in front of a machine, hear the difference between a good cut and a bad cut, good vibrations, bad vibrations, and then bring it to a close with machining cost, put it all together.
Sounds like a manufacturing song coming together. Good vibrations, bad vibrations.
That is my theme song. I love
is that,
a little
is that your
Marky
theme
Mark.
song?
Yeah, of course.
Good. No bad vibrations.
Chatter's not a good thing when it comes to
Everybody
machine.
needs to know you. At ACE. I admit that I tried to turn it into a jingle.
Hey, I like that. We're looking for.
I went too far. I went too far with that.
I don't know.
No, you didn't actually, but you went a different place than I go. So
where do
you
go?
went to Beach Boys. I went to Marky Mark.
All right, let's go. All right.
Uh-oh. Good vibrations. Terrific. Okay.
Vibrations, yeah.
There
Come
we
on,
go.
guys.
I like that.
Come on. Take off your shirt, guys.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
All right. We're dating
Now
ourselves,
you took
guys.
it too far.
I've gone too far. Okay, so and I'm dating myself, right? Like you know, it's a total tangent, and I warned you about this.
Got it.
You know, I with our team, we were talking about like, hey, Mark Wahlberg, yeah, Marky Mark. She's like, who? Marky Mark. It's like, yeah, he was really famous. You know, like yeah, it's like, and we showed the video. Yeah, he was on the cover of like Calvin Klein. He was their model, and we showed him the Marky Mark video.
So
You can't beat it. It was like.
So James, I've got to tell you a story. So today we're down in the Smart Force Student Summit.
Yeah.
You know, we've got a neat booth, and kids can kind of come to us and talk. And so it has been a lot of high school kids, but today seemed like a lot of middle school.
Right.
A lot of fifth graders, and some of them, unchaperoned, real excited. They're kind of walking around looking for free stuff. What's the swag? Can I get a squishy ball, a pen, candy, cups? And I had this one person. So what we would say is, hey, before we give you something, you got to answer some questions. So I asked this young man, I said, hey, what's your name? He said, Jordan. And I said, oh, like Michael Jordan. We're in Chicago. And he goes, no, I'm not Michael Jordan. And I realized, to your point, I dated myself. This kid's in the 5th grade. You'd think he's from Chicago. He would know Michael Jordan. But I'm thinking, okay, well, that's unique. He didn't know who Michael Jordan was. But anyway, we kind of continued the story and got him engaged. And
You sure you were in Chicago?
Yeah, I know. Again, time has passed. But the neat thing with him, though, we said, hey, in order to give you this neat toy that we've got, you've got to answer some questions. We wanted him to leave there thinking that I could create something, I could make something, I could be a maker one day, whether it's CNC machining or manufacturing. And so we were having fun with the kids, kind of things. But one of the things I want to mention that Tony had talked about, the online component. What's incredible to me is many programs have been involved in that have launched. So this was launched in December of 2020, the online component, and it's free, no cost. You go to americascuttingedge.org, so americascuttingedge.org,
All right.
and you can get information, but you can register for it. So since that was launched by Tony, I called it a soft launch December 7th of 2020, but we've had over 100 plus weeks of consecutive growth. So every week we've added, the first 2 weeks we had 200 online, then it went to 300, then to 400. So we're almost at 3,000. I would dare say we are at 3,000 today.
Yeah.
But bottom line is that's over 100 weeks of consecutive growth, and we don't want to stop. I mean, you've got some personal goals that we want to hit.
So what is the goal?
10,000. I want to hit 10,000 online registrants. We've already hit all 50 states.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a great goal to have. How have you been, so as we talk as creators, a lot of folks in here, the way they get the message out is they become, an influencer. They start to really speak about, not just, the path, but, someone who's living in it that they empathize with. Mm-hmm. So how have you been getting the word out and promoting? How have you gotten to that number? And what are the ways that you're reaching out? And is it through social media? Is it through, marketing? What's the path?
There's been 2 levels. I'll start and you can finish. Yeah. Initially, as Mark mentioned, the soft rollout, the grassroots effort. What I did initially was I made an Excel spreadsheet of everybody that I knew, and I emailed them individually, not as a group, saying, hey, why don't you take a look at what we've got here? That was the initial growth pattern. A few years ago, I recognized LinkedIn as being a nice platform, and I said, I'm going to run the experiment of putting meaningful technical content on LinkedIn in bite-sized pieces, and it exploded. And I'm not saying this to talk about me. I'm saying this because there's a thirst for knowledge that exists, and if you will give folks not social media, but here's things that they would like to know more about. I've had such tremendous response on LinkedIn, just my own personal account. That was the middle stage. And then iAcme kind of took over the marketing, and they've brought it to where it is.
Yeah, fantastic. So certainly social media, but also, you look around, what do we see? We see these huge, magnificent, machines making parts, but there's also Modern Machine Shop, Gardner Media, Tony and Scott Smith at Oak Ridge have been interviewed and been featured about the technology side, which leads us to talk about the workforce development side. So we look at it as, I call it kind of being discovered. So certainly the earned media route, a lot of different stories have been in, whether it's in the, we're from Tennessee, whether it's been in the Tennessee media, but then it gets picked up naturally. Yeah. We're real big on success stories. So we've got a really neat team that I say is mine and harvesting stories. So we have Joni Harmon, who's our workforce development director. She's got a really neat team. We've got this lady who's got some really, really high energy, and these are her words, not mine. She'll suck the oxygen out of the room. Yeah. Margaret Slattery, but she will find a story, and she'll find a story that'll make you cry. Yeah. So it's really, the point I was going to make about all this machinery, which is really cool, but guess what? You got to have people. You got to have people design it, operate it, make sure that it's working, and that's what ACE is all about. How can we get the people that have this dream that say, hey, I want to create something, I want to make something, I want to learn about CNC machining, and then, then we give them the tools and hopefully the inspiration to say, you can do it. So the biggest way of now going beyond the influencing audience that Tony has is the bigger audience through certainly website marketing. Industrial's been a big supporter through Manufacturing USA. I wanted to throw a lob over there too.
Oh no, sir. So at the end of the day, we want to make people better for having known us, and we think of all of this, and I've said it a lot this week, is that this is all part of our body of work. Right. And at the end of the day, we're going to look at not all of these things you would typically sum up a great career to, but it's really the lives you've impacted along the way. And yes, we do have to get the word out. You've got to create engaging, useful, and actionable, inspire people to want to do something. Yeah. And that comes from the passion that I really hear from you. Yeah, for sure. And I think that's just a wonderful thing. So, as we kind of wrap up our conversation, what is the one thing that you want folks to know about what you're doing?
Yeah, I'd like people to understand that manufacturing is a high technology environment, and our message is that there's a place for you here, and it doesn't necessarily need to be in front of a machine tool. That's a terrific position in this industry, but it could be that you design components that because you understand machining, you're a better designer. Or, you know, it could be that I am able to tell this story because I understand the technology and now I can help go promote it. Or it could be I want to design that next generation machine. We're trying to prepare an entire ecosystem because unfortunately our push toward a service economy lost that ecosystem, and it's not enough to focus in one area. So we're trying to focus across that entire spectrum and let everyone find their place.
Absolutely. I love that. Let everyone find their place. We worked, you know, we built and designed and created the messaging and kind of did the activation forming Manufacturing Day. And one of the things that we came to is a way to put it was, you can make it here.
I love it.
Yep. Yeah. And, you know, these simple things that we come up with, you know, to try to make something very important understandable, just like you said, are really important. You know, what's the one thing, Mark, that you think that everyone needs to know?
Yeah, I want to play off, James, something you said and something Tony said. There is a place for everyone at ACE. And I want to share with you just two quick examples. So when
you got it.
Totally, we talked about the in-person part of ACE, but there's a really, really neat second component, which is, the online, but a really neat second component is the in-person training. Yeah. And that's where we bring you together after you've completed the in-person and give you an opportunity at no cost again for 5 days or 32 hours of training, hands-on training with mentors. And literally you come in and you're making parts. Every day you're making a part a day. You're understanding of the why, the how, the demand, what works, what doesn't work. And at the end of that, you're putting that part together. But two stories of people. Again, to me, it all comes back to people. That's really, I think, the livelihood of what we're doing. But we had a high school student in, I think, one of the very first classes we had, on his own dime. His parents flew him from California near San Francisco. And he came in, he took this. His father said, hey, we've got his daughter, his sister's in medical school at Duke, but this kid is talented. He wants to make things. Long story short, he was probably one of the key kids in that class. I say kids, he was in there with other adults. And not only did he take that, he went back to California. Later on the next year, he created a machining club at his school. Mm-hmm. He's now working at a natural lab, you know, on an apprenticeship. So it really is a dream that he wants. You're right. And then the second is a guy who's right here in Detroit, a guy named Adonis. And Adonis has got a really neat story. He's from the west side of Chicago. Not an easy growing up. You know, had a lot of, you know, he tells the story about how, you know, his first job, he had to ride a bike 2 miles and, you know, wind and rain and you name it, and saved up money 3 years later to buy a car. Bottom line is he had some difficulties in life. And not everybody in this this field looks like Adonis, but he persevered, and through CNC, he now is able to kind of take another job and then another job. Well, today he instructs right here in Chicago. He came down, wow, and he, you know, he took the ACE course, and now he's like Tony. He's an evangelist for American manufacturing.
Well, on that note, Tony, Mark, thank you so much for what you do, your passion, your heart, your spirit. Let's make people better for having known us in life. And on that note, I want to thank you for joining the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. One more time, give us that website address. How do people go find this right now?
Yeah, America's Cutting Edge, americascuttingedge.org.
Hit it. We'll see you there.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
boom.
Hi, everyone. Mary here in the Creators Lounge. I hope you enjoyed the day 4 highlights. We've been having so much fun telling stories, following inspiration and innovation, and bringing the fun to manufacturing. I am joined by my fabulous influencer friends and our special guest, Kent. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me here.
So we have Kent Burnett, or Burdett. Yes, did I say that right?
Kent Burdett.
Kent Burdett. Ooh, that's a Kent Burdett. Kent Burdett. That's a good vocal warm-up name you have there. And we have James Soto. We have Charli Matthews is back with us. She had to go and inspire women in pumps, and we're so glad that she's back. And Mitch Free. Wonderful. So we're going to jump right into highlights from day 5. Any stories, connections, moments that really resonate with you from today? We'll have our special guest start first.
Oh, thank you for having me here. So this is, let's see, I've been coming to IMTS since 1984, long before all of you were born.
No, not me.
Yeah.
I was born.
Yeah, so it's been a great show.
I wasn't. I'll own that. That's
Yeah, it's kind of nice working for the Morse Group. We represent builders from Japan, obviously. We represent builders from Sweden, builders from Switzerland, builders from Germany, and I got to visit with a lot of old friends today over many, many years of coming here. So it's been a great day.
So that's something that I've noticed is the energy of like the reunion and gathering together. The last couple of years have been challenging on everyone. So finally being able to gather and celebrate all these innovations that have been like behind closed doors. So exciting.
Have you had a chance to roam the show?
Yeah, not as much as I'd like, but roaming around with all the different builders we represent, you know, the technology is moving so quickly. It's fun to be an old man and been here since manual equipment was around, then CNC. So seeing the new technology and the developments is fantastic.
Love that. James.
Well, I was about to ask, which is your favorite builder, but that's a hard question.
I don't think he could answer it.
That's like choosing. That's like choosing your favorite child, and I learned that the hard way, asking about people's favorite robotics automations, and people were like, "I can't choose," and I'm like, "Okay."
I'm just clowning around with you, my friend. This has been a fantastic day here. We're Friday in, and you know, when you see the floor, it's just still moving. It's moving. It's moving. There's traffic. There's business happening. And what you can sense is that, and people ask me, how you doing, James? How you doing? And we're all asking each other. And I said, you know, my body's tired, but my spirits are high. And I think that's the tone of what's been happening at IMTS. Everyone's been very, very just happy to be back, happy to get back to business. And I've been saying it all week long. There is absolutely a resolution to get back to IMTS and open our doors again to, you know, to America and where we're going in manufacturing. So I'm excited.
I
Let's
can tell
do
you,
this.
Yeah, I can tell you, I'm excited to be back. I only left for 2 days, and I was like, "Get me back to IMTS."
We missed you. It was not the same without you.
It was so much fun. It is so much fun to be here. And today I went over to the west side of the building. Yeah, the west side, and it was really cool. I could have stayed over there a lot longer. Yeah.
Every time we've gone over there to do interviews, I've been like, they were like, okay, we need you to get right back. And I'm like, but I don't want, like, even today. And I just like made my way through. And I was like, but I want to play and see all the wonderful innovations.
Yeah, and it's familiar, right? I saw like printed impellers and stuff. So I'm from the pump industry, so I got to see some of that in action. And then I also went over to the EOS booth. Fabian's not here, but I got to kind of feel his energy over there and try out the hammer that was made with 3D printing.
I saw it on the socials.
That's right.
And
it was
the
just
hammer
so
is
much
so
fun.
cool.
But it was really.
You had your Thor moment.
Well, I wish I had taken a picture of the hammer itself. I'll have to go back and do that because it was like
absolutely
such
gorgeous.
a cool
So
design
intricate.
all along. Yeah. Thank you for the word. I needed
You're
help with that
welcome. No,
word.
Charli, I got your back.
Thanks.
Mitch.
I started off with an interview on the main stage today, which was awesome.
Oh my gosh, it was so fun to see you. I was there. I was like, oh, look at Mitch and Meaghan. Look at them go.
On the main stage, big screen. Hopefully, some good broadcast there.
No, it looked great.
Yeah, thank you. Made it over to the Trology area today and spent some time looking over there. My wife got adventurous and bought a new CMM over there. And
Congratulations.
yeah, so she's been a little liberal with the spending. That's not her normal. Kent can vouch for that in a bit. And so I was looking for automation because we've got some things we're working on. We've got to inspect hundreds and hundreds of parts in every dimension, and it takes a long time. So I was looking for automation. How do I keep a coordinate measuring machine running 24 hours, 7 days a week with minimal people or nobody around? So did that stuff, and then everywhere I went I seemed to bump into old friends and stuff. And I thank Kent for joining us here. Kent's an old friend, not literally old, but Kent's an old friend. We've known each other
a friend that you've known for a while,
a long time,
a senior friend. That's the way to put it.
For a long time, and he has been really instrumental in the growth of my business and success, and
Thank you.
Putting together the right solutions and things, him and Morris South. And I just wanted to get him in here and get to recognize Kent and all that he's done for me.
Well, anyone that knows me knows this is torture sitting in here with a camera running and people looking at you. But to do it for Mitch is a joy because it's a win-win.
For being tortured, you look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, you look natural.
We're making an influencer out of you.
Well, you've been listening to it all week. You might as well get in here and join us, right?
Well, I'm trying to think, y'all, I don't know if you get paid for this, but you're having fun every single day, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, I'm going to watch another interview and another presentation, and y'all are just having a blast. So it's been fun to be across the aisle from you and listen and watch and break up the monotony, and I'm like, wow, they are having a blast.
Well, there's something that we say. I'm an improviser and comedian and perform at the Second City and Chicago Children's Theater, etc. So there's something that we say. It's actually a quote from Amy Poehler. No one looks stupid when you're having fun. And there's something that I say, I call it the joy transaction. There's something effusive. There's something beautiful. It's like the Buckingham Fountain, that like energy that bubbles up through joy and laughter. I had a lovely moment over there in the Okuma booth a little earlier, and there was this little girl who was in there, and I complimented her on her skirt. And she was like, it's flowers. I was like, I love flowers. I was like, do you have a unicorn shirt that matches it? And she was like, I do. And I was like, I wish they made unicorn shirts for big kid sizes. And she was like, yeah, that'd be cool. I was like, maybe you can start manufacturing that. I was like, I'll be your first customer. And her mom was like, I'll be your second. And she was just grinning ear to ear.
That is awesome.
Like, she felt so special. She felt so seen. So there's something about joy that has an electricity to it. So I think that's what we're doing with our storytelling, where I've been saying all day in my interviews, we're highlighting the humans of the machines.
That's a great point, and I don't know if you got to see Mitch's daughter, Mia.
Oh,
yes, we
Mia,
love her.
Mia and I are friends.
Oh, and I've watched the YouTube video, and it's now going global, and it's going to Japan, and
of the putting the soul.
Yes,
that just touched my heart. Oh my! I melted like room temperature butter. I was like, that is just the cutest, sweetest thing. Genuine.
And it wasn't planned. It was improv, and it went beautifully, but if I can live long enough, I want to see her graduate from MIT or Georgia Tech, and then I want to see her take over one of your businesses, and I want to see her at IMTS.
Stop! I'm melting again. I can't.
It's gonna be awesome.
I can totally see it. Yeah.
Oh,
Mules. Yeah, I started buying machines when I was 6.
yeah. Wow.
exactly.
What a story. I love that we're telling stories, we're creating stories, we're connecting, we're being inspired by each other. So fantastic. I'd love to know, speaking of inspiration and excitement, what are you looking forward to tomorrow, the final day?
Wow. I think it's one of those things where I was talking to Travis Egan in an interview, and he's the chief revenue officer with AMT, and we were looking at each other. It's like I'm already starting to get a little like we're so hyped up. I know that this is about to end, and I'm
gonna be a sharp drop.
I'm starting to get a little sad.
Yeah.
And so we were looking at each other like, dude, I'm feeling the same way. Like, we've been apart so long, and we're getting the sense that we're about to say our goodbyes pretty soon. And so what I'm looking forward to is celebrating this experience we had. You know, we've got more interviews, we've got more great hijinks and fun, but it's going to be hard saying goodbye for a minute.
I know, we feel like family now.
I like to say, I had to say bye to Meaghan Ziemba. We've totally become. Oh, I'm getting. Now your emotions are getting on me. So I'm saying I haven't said bye to anyone. I'm saying I'll see you later.
I like it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm not saying goodbye to you, Mitch.
Never. No, you can't get rid of me.
No, you can't get rid of me. That's a threat and a promise.
We have to get back together. That's
Get the band
we
back
have
together.
to do it. One of the things I do want to say, tomorrow, Jeremy with Edge Factor is going to be on as one of the interviews, and I'm really excited because he brings such a great energy, and he's a creator, and he really is going into schools and creating materials for our students, our next generation.
I love all of that.
And his team, they interviewed me earlier in the week, and it's just like when you get the process down and you can create on a regular basis like they're doing, you can take it to that next level. And so I'm excited to be able to share what they're doing tomorrow with everyone.
I love that for you.
I think tomorrow you're going to see a lot of the kids from the local technical schools.
So cool.
Don't forget that's the next generation. So they're just soaking it up, and they're so excited, and they're going to see things they've never seen before. So
wow, that is so important. We've got to inspire those kids. We've been talking about it all week. Not just the kids from the technical schools that go into school during the week, so they get to come here on the Saturday, but also the diversity and the inclusion that has to come into this industry, because we're not going to get the people that we need if we don't reach out to a broader
There's next
base.
generation
There he is right there.
There he goes.
Speaking of
MC.
That's the next generation. Yes.
Yes. That was so
how we
special.
do it.
Oh, I want to know him.
yeah, I agree with you, Mitch. We've got to attract talent from everywhere and acceptance, and that's how we're going to go forward in manufacturing for the U.S. That's
Absolutely.
very
Absolutely.
exciting.
Yeah. Well, I know you've brought your son into it as well.
My son is in this. My daughter co-opted Georgia Tech, but she's gone a different path. And, my son's very involved with it, and he's loving it.
And that tends to be the traditional path for a lot of folks in the industry, right? They learned about it from their family, and then they kind of stayed along. And you don't see a lot of people that if manufacturing wasn't in their family, I think it's harder for them to get into it.
Well, something that's really neat about the serendipity and the synchronicity of me being here is my father's a pulp and paper engineer, and I grew up in the mills with him, and my mother is the manager of fleet for Montgomery County, and she does all the specs and all of the ordering for the cop cars, the fire trucks, the articulated. She set a spec for Mac. She also worked for Mac that they still use to this day. So I think it's interesting, and I was like, oh, I'm a performer, I'm a storyteller. Ooh, now it's my turn to feel emotional, and they're so proud of me because now I'm using my creativity for oh wow, here we go. I'm using my passion, thanks Mitch, for creativity and storytelling, and I'm carrying on my curiosity and my love of engineering, and it's just it's funny.
They gave you that love.
I didn't even realize. I guess it was latent in my DNA,
That's right.
And now I've been saying I've been bitten by the tech bug and I like it.
Yeah. You're right. I was on an elevator last night, and it was packed, and I was tired. And I looked to the right, and the guy's name tag said Sullenberger. and I looked for a minute, and his badge was Okuma, and I paused, and it was packed, and I said, "Hey, young man, I hired your father." And I did.
My gosh,
Oh, wow.
stop.
I hired
Oh my
Jury
gosh.
Sollenberger.
Oh.
That's great.
There's
so classic.
so many
Yeah.
that electricity of, again, that joy transaction when you're in that place of perpetuity and momentum. It's able to show up. I was saying earlier today in improvisation, we have a thing that we say, be present to the gifts of the now. Everything is moving forward, so that you're able to be receptive and aware in that moment, and then that you have the ability to act on it. Then that's creation, that's storytelling. Hey! Are you having so much fun? Oh yeah.
Good.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, yay!
I love that.
Wow.
I think
You
we
are
will
in the
be.
right place. You're amazing and
Wow.
inspiring.
Yeah, you're amazing.
Engineering.
We're talking about
Bring it.
talking about the next generation and who shows up.
Yeah.
I love it. Bold humans.
So this is a wonderful segue into. I love to do involving some improvisation into our segments because that is my industrial expertise. So the topic is 3 innovations that awed you today. I'd say that is a great example. So you can't use that because that just happened. 3 innovations that 3 things that you saw, 3 things that you experienced. It can be tech related or moment related.
I have to say, I didn't realize when I went over there and saw the.
Are you starting?
I'll start. Can I start?
Charli, you're starting. You don't
Okay,
need to ask
number one.
permission.
Okay, so yeah, so so the 3D printing, I didn't realize like how advanced it was. Right, I feel like I'm a newbie in
I
this.
second that.
And
yeah.
and I go and yes, the hammer it had all of these different designs in it, but then you look across the way and they have this huge like. I don't know. It looked like it weighed about 100 pounds. I'm sure it didn't because of the different materials they can use. But it was just many layers within a part that can be designed, and therefore, I can just see how we can. I don't know.
And it could be one thing or
innovate
3 things.
in
It doesn't have to
manufacturing.
be.
Yeah, it was cool.
I would say I love that.
Okay, that
for
was a
me,
long answer.
no, there's no stop. No apologizing for yourself. For me, this was from yesterday, but it can be from any time throughout the week. The Rosenberg Space Habitat was so cool. I've been wanting to go over there, and then I took Kristen from AMT with me, and again, just chill. Like that one structure. It's a 2.5 story structure designed for people to be able to live on different moons and different planets. And seeing the robot there making the mold for the doors, and then seeing the tiny little itty bitty carbon pellets that look like sprinkles that you'd put on top of a delicious cupcake, and knowing that slice of story they had to cut it because it was too big. So it's actually shorter. So it's 2 different installations. So they have one of the basically Lego pieces, one of them, but they had to cut it short. So, but that weighs 145 pounds. One story of a structure to live on other planets weighs 145 pounds. James. I know, right? I'm sorry, your mind is blown.
Well, no, you've got like mass to orbit. So I'm just like I'm doing math right now.
Yeah.
It's like okay, well, how do we get that?
We're going to space.
Yes.
We went to space.
Well, I'm a
with you
big
just then.
SpaceX fan, so I'm just thinking, okay, what's our Delta V, and how are we going to get it up there?
Great,
and,
but let's focus on your awe moment. But I think you're having one right now.
I think. Well, one, I haven't been able to get out of the Creators Lounge today because I had a lot of great interviews.
Such a great day today.
And so for me, it was really it just comes back to the human side, the creation, and I keep saying engineering is really just it's the trade of making things that never existed before. And what I'm seeing is a shift in the tone of manufacturing, the human element, and I think we've had a different way of thinking about manufacturing. It was about productivity. It's about getting products out. It's about efficiency, and those are all still remain. But I do think the human side of manufacturing is front and center here.
I really like that highlight of it.
Yeah. And the stories that I heard today were all purpose driven.
Mm-hmm.
And we're with Brent Holden, with Heimer USA, And he was talking about his core values. We were with ACE and talking to IACME, and they were talking about their mission to get people in machining. So the innovation is the human element here. And
Ooh, the innovation is the human
that's
element.
what I'm sensing.
Hashtag
I
that.
actually think the bigger story is not the technology. It's actually the people and our determination to be here and be together. And I will put the people equation over the technology at IMTS 22 any day.
You're dropping so many hashtagables.
Hashtagables.com.
You really are. There's
Able
so
to be
many.
hashtag. Kent, anything for you that stands out?
Yeah, so a couple of things you touched on, the 3D printing. They've developed a nuclear power plant that's the size of a trash can. And the reason they've done that is because when nuclear power was originally made, you had to drill straight holes and there were limitations to manufacturing. But with 3D printing, they can do crazy shapes and designs. So the next nuclear power plant is going to be tiny and very efficient.
Oh my gosh.
And then I saw a laser Swiss in the Tsugami booth. Again, we have limitations with cutting and tools and wear, but they can do a 4,000ths laser beam and machine at a couple of 100 inches a minute with no burr. So it lets the design guys redesign parts, make them much more complicated. Where a conventional machining, we have tool wear and things that decompose. With a laser beam, it never wears and it just keeps going.
So they're combining a laser beam with traditional subtractive machining.
That is correct.
So cutting with a laser and a cutting tool in the same machine.
And they're doing more than that. I watched them cut with the laser, machine with the conventional, then take the laser to etch the part number on it. Then they switched gases and combined two pieces and welded them, all without touching the part. So 6 years ago, you couldn't even.
I know, right?
That is
I love that we
incredible.
both went to our heads at the same time.
Wow.
Incredible is the
I'll
word.
take two.
Right?
Yeah.
Mitch, what about thank you. I love that.
I think my aha moment for today, I spent a lot of time out walking around today, and I think it's starting to click with me about automation and taking labor out of things. Not that I don't want to employ people, I just can't freaking find them, right? But
That's so mind-boggling.
it
to
is.
me.
Where did the people go in this country?
Frickin' is
Where
allowed.
did they go?
I mean, that's how visceral we feel it. I mean, it's we have.
It's just amazing to me. I don't.
Just to kind of. The automation's so exciting, obvious case, but when you talk to any association or network, right, where you see a mass of manufacturers, what are the things that they say? They want to grow their business.
They need workers.
They've got the work, but not the workers.
Yeah.
And then the questions around how do I make my way of doing business obsolete before technology, generational market forces, or the competition does, right?
Yeah. So that's
the issue.
So I think that's what my aha moment today was. There are a lot of things that we do in my shop that I didn't really think were automatable. And then I'm seeing examples. I went over to the booth with Cebu as a wire EDM, and they've got one of these Aroa Compact 80 machines loading a wire EDM machine. Bing! I hadn't thought about that. That was an aha moment. And then over in the metrology area, they've got robots loading CMMs. And now my mind has started going, and I started thinking about it, and things that I didn't think were automatable, or our volumes aren't high enough, etc. My mind shifted on that today.
Ooh, mind shift. Congratulations on your mind shift.
Thank you.
So the challenge in manufacturing, we all want to drive costs down. The part integrity has to get better. So the Morris family challenged us to do more with less. And, the future of manufacturing, the salaries are going to be fantastic, but there are going to be fewer people to create more product. That's what we're going to all see.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate all of your insights and your passion and your experience, because of your curiosity today, you were able to bring to us a part greater than the
sums are greater than the whole.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's been a lot. And here's what's great.
Pun
Again,
intended on the.
I've learned so much from. Like Mitch and I did a segment. We were trying to find a segment today, and so we were sitting and talking. And I said, "Let's get up on our feet and walk it out." And so it was so fun. We were able to collaborate together to make a really fun storytelling segment.
Yeah.
And I've learned so much from you. Like our skills, we use a skill swap. It's that joy. So thank you for sharing your site with us. Oh, and all of the people on IMTS. Thank you so much for joining us on the live stream. We hope that you've been enjoying this. Please share your thoughts, feelings, inspirations at hashtag We Are All Creators, hashtag IMTS 2022. There is one more day of magic. You're not going to want to miss out on it, especially with all of the youth and the teens that are going to be here. I feel like that's just going to be a big like espresso energy infusion to everyone being tired. So
Rest up. Tomorrow's going to be great.
Rest up, Buttercup.
The
Tomorrow
finale
is the finale, the big day, the Creators Lounge, and thank you to all of our amazing crew of Industrial Strength Marketing and Industrial Studios. Thank you guys. I know you're behind the wall. I'm sending you love. Thank you. Thank you to the whole. Thank you to the whole
Thank
industrial.
you to you, Mary. You've done a great job
you.
bringing
Yeah,
the
Mary.
arts
Thank you.
into the
Well,
manufacturing.
this is my last day
That's-
today because
yes.
tomorrow I'm performing at Second City. So, but you're not getting rid of me. This is not the last.
She'll
of
be
the
back.
Mistress of Mischief.
So Mary, I just on behalf of everyone at, and I know I'm speaking for AMT, our partner here. I know I'm speaking for everyone here in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, every single one of us influencers and on the crew, that this would have not been nowhere near the experience it has been without you. And it's
I'd like to
applause in the back.
I'd like to
Love
accept
it.
my additive manufacturing award on behalf. Thank you so much. And actually, it's really funny because in my ear I can hear the music that's like playing me off. So this is really like my Academy Award.
all right, here's your hook.
What do you want to say? So thank you so much for the people. Thank you for having me. Thank you for embracing.
love me. They
All of
really love me.
all of my mischief and fun and infusing joy into storytelling. It's been a pleasure and a delight. Join us tomorrow for day 6 and see what we have in store on the final day of an epic IMTS 2022. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bravo! Standing ovation.